I opened this like new document with a plan, and I have actually no clue whatsoever what I was gonna do. Like, I literally have no idea. Dude, get this song now before it ends, because this one is probably actually mute flagged, and I'm gonna have to check it, but... Oh, I know what I was gonna do. This will be fun for the whole family, as they say. God. Alright. What's in this box? Alright, in this box I have a GameCube, an N64 controller, and a little package holder thingy, like leather with a clip. It's got Game Boy Color written on it. It has a Game Boy Color inside. It's purple. I thought about that test runner, but like you can ask for the score of other people, and I didn't know if I wanted that to Nick Flash them. Or maybe it should, I don't know. But I feel like that might be like not good. I mean, I guess I could make it so that it only asks you if you like ask for yourself, but like if you did, then like what the heck is the point, right? Inside the Game Boy Color is Tetris. Also in this little package, we've got the instruction manual for Tetris and Pac-Man. Sorry, Miss Pac-Man Special Color Edition. There's also Miss Pac-Man Special Color Edition, Uno, and Monopoly, all for the Game Boy Color, I guess. No, these are just Game Boy games. Wait, how can Uno be a Game Boy game? It's gotta be a Game Boy Color, right? It doesn't have the thing sticking out of the top, though. Hmm? Maybe it supports it. That's how it worked, right? Like, some games, like, supported color, even though they weren't exclusive. I don't know if there's batteries in there. I didn't check. Okay, none of those were particularly what I was looking for, though. Alright. It's not actually my Game Boy, though. This is my sister's. Alright. What is the best song on the Majora's Mask soundtrack? Good luck. Alright. Ow. Alright. Next box is actually a bag. Oh, God. This bag has got the words Nintendo 64 written on the front. Yo. The credits are legit. Credits are pretty good. Alright, inside the N64 bag, I have a game called Kirby Crystal Shards. Oh yeah, we're gonna put that one down. Got Mario Kart 64. Got Pokemon Puzzle League. Whoa. Banjo-Kazooie. It's probably got some good ones. Mario 64. What is happening now? I'm just digging. That's all that's happening right now. Literally, I'm just digging. Let's see, what else is in the bag? I'm gonna list that one. Why not? If I can spell. It doesn't matter if I can spell. Who cares if I can spell? What was the other one that I should have listed? Probably Mario. Yeah, probably Mario 64. I don't know. Whatever. It's got music or something. Alright, what else is in this bag? Oh, an N64 controller. Got some cables. That's great. Inside is empty. Well, where are all my other N64 games? I guess they're not in this bag. It's a frog song. Alright. Another box. This one has got a lot of substance in it. Alright. Oh, this is a dangerous one. Oh, let's keep hitting the N64 games. I guess the rest of them are in here. Alright. Glover. For the Nintendo 64. Star Wars Episode 1 Racers. N64. The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, Donkey Kong 64, Banjo-Tooie, and Paper Mario. Alright, Banjo stuff. Slash DK, I guess. It's all kind of the same umbrella. I guess there's... I'm trying to remember if there's like any like... Let's just put this under the same. Paper Mario. Alright. Okay. Also, we have inside of here a Game Boy Advance SP. You hear that? Because I can hardly hear it. That was a really good transition. This thing, it's got green battery right now. I can't believe it. Oh yeah, these things do the thing where like you shut it off and I can still like very clearly see the image even now. Because like the pixels are failing to turn off. Inside is Oracle of Ages. Yes. Definitely put that one down. Alright, I've got another Game Boy Advance SP. This one has got a sticker on the front of it that I presume says GameStop, although most of it is covered up by another sticker that says $39.99 barcode used. And there's a picture of Mario jumping towards the pipe or something. It's light blue, unlike the other one, which is black. There's a sticker on the back. I don't know what that one is. I think it's covering the barcode. I don't know why you would cover the barcode with a sticker, but sure. Yeah, let's turn this one on. Oh, this is red battery. I guess what's in this one? Recognize this? Oh no, I'm not watching this cutscene. Screw that. Alright. Golden Sun. Couldn't hear it. It's too quiet. Alright, I've got Game Boy Advance. This one is clear. I guess cyan, see-through. I can still feel these L and R buttons are like really bad. Does not have a game in it. It also does not have a cover on the battery pack, but the batteries are still here. They do not look like they've exploded, so that's nice. Got DS Fat, as it's called nowadays. It used to just be called a Nintendo DS. This one has no games in it either. Got another Game Boy Color. This is purple, see-through. This one was mine. This one definitely has an exploded battery in the back, so that kind of sucks. It is like very... Oh yeah, that's gross. No game in that one. What is this? This is a Nintendo DSi? Is that what this is? Does it say anywhere? What's this thing called? Yeah, Nintendo DSi. It's black, so I was like, weren't those like white? No, those are the DS Lites. How many DSs were there? Where is my DS Lite? Oh, okay. This thing is like pretty sleek. What the heck? Also, no games. Okay, here we've got, this is, I guess, the 3DS. This does have a game in it. Looks like a 3DS game. What could this be? Pokemon Alpha Sapphire for the 3DS. Can't really take the batteries out of the, newer consoles very easily. I never finished Alpha Sapphire. It's kind of just sitting in like, I don't know, Third Town or something with like a level 60 Corellia destroying everything. Like, way too easy. I don't know what to do with these batteries. I don't want to touch these other... I don't want to touch the ones in the Game Boy. I think that's a lost cause. Trying to like not change consoles too quickly here, but I guess we're still in this box, so we're just gonna keep going through this box. Oh, whatever, I got lost count. Alright, also in this box we have a clear, somewhat small box disc case. It's got like a crack in it. It has a spot for a memory card, and it's also got a disc. It is the Game Boy Player disc. Game Boy Player startup disc. Game Boy Player for use in USA, Canada, Mexico, and Latin America. Nintendo GameCube. Nice. That one doesn't have any music, unfortunately. Alright. This is where it starts to get hard. Alright. Got a stack here. We're gonna kind of flip between things. But we have... what happened to the other stack? Did I put it on top? Okay. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of the Sky. Nintendo DS. That's definitely going on here. This on here. I've got Pokemon Ranger. I don't remember if that had any good music. I think it might have. Maybe a sequel. I'll fish around maybe. Got Pokemon Trozy. I don't remember very much about that game. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Falls under the same category, I guess. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia, which was the sequel. There are more, but I don't have any of the other ones. Pokemon White version, Pokemon White 2 version, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time.
I mean, I guess just like Pokemon. Yeah, it was basically that. Let's see if I can keep along these lines. Where are the rest of these? I don't know. These games used to be like nice and sorted, and now they're like not at all. It's kind of sad. Here we go. Okay. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Platinum, Pokemon Soul Silver. More Pokemon. I've also got in the same like stack, I've got Pokemon X, Pokemon Alpha Sapphire, Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, and you know, the best Pokemon game, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D. Alright, here I have a collector's edition box. This is a pretty tall box. That's like even taller than like, you know, a GameCube like box or whatever. GameCube game disc box. This is the collector's edition Stella Glow, which I guess I'll open up, why not? Not that you can see it. Guess I could put a webcam on, but I kinda look like garbage right now. This is much more fun with me narrating it, I'm sure. There's like a... I guess this is, I don't know, I never opened it. There's a small plastic thing in here. I think it's like a poster, but it's not paper, it's like felt or something. It's folded up. It's got the characters on it or something. There's a music CD in here, which I also don't think I've opened, actually. It's got 5 tracks on it. All by some pretty well-known singers, I guess. Let's see, let me type these out in chat because that'll give me points. I'm sorry for not capitalizing your names. And then finally, there is a Boo 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 keychain. It's the pig mascot. This is pretty big. Also not open. Put those back in the box. Never to be seen again until the next time something like this happens. The game is not in the box. I will mention that because it's not. I don't know where the game is. On the other desk, actually. Let me go be right back. I inspected the desk. On the desk was a 2DS with Stella Glow in it, and the Stella Glow box. And another game that I will save for later. Alright. Got Paper Mario Sticker Star for the Nintendo 3DS. Despite what everyone says was not a terrible game. Wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. Got Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, the sequel to Luigi's Mansion Light Moon. Got Super Mario, New Super Mario Bros. 2. Legend of the 20 million golden coins, or whatever subtitle is. The Mushroom Kingdom Bursting with Coins. This actually had a really good track. Yo, what is up, Ice Sickle? Thank you for the sub. type this out because otherwise I'm gonna forget what the actual title is because it's, you know, what is this garbage? Alright. Mario and Luigi Dream Team. Okay, Mario and Luigi also has a bunch of good tracks. Let me just kinda... Oh my god. Sorry. Just drop Mario and Luigi Dream Team on the floor. Super Princess Peach. The game that everyone always jokes about should exist, and then they don't realize that it does. Like, oh man, I wish there was a game where Princess Peach was the main character and she rescued Mario. What a plot twist that would be. Guess what? It's been out for like 10 years. It's a pretty fun game. It's really easy, but most Mario platformers are. Speaking of not easy Mario platformers, I actually don't really remember very much about this game, but Yoshi's Island DS TM. Most of these have TM on them. I've been neglecting the TM, I'm sorry. Never 100% of this game, even though I have the original. I don't know, got too hard for me to figure out. We got WarioWare Touched. Which actually has a stylus in the box. I don't know why there's a stylus in here, or which of the like 20 consoles I just pulled out it belongs to, but yeah, there's a stylus in here. So that's cool. I found the DS Lite. That's what this is called, right? Nintendo DS Lite. It's nice. It's got the Game Boy Advance like placeholder in the Game Boy Advance slot, so that's cool. Yeah, where are we going anyway? Let me like close the fake one. How does that sound? This is the fake one, right? They were almost reunited. There, now my screen is nice and full of stuff that doesn't mean anything. I wonder if this one turns on. Oh yeah, this has got green battery too. Doesn't have any games in it though, so... PictoChat and DS download play. According to this, it is October 11th, 2018 at 18:25, which is actually pretty accurate. Pretty correct. That's nice. Dude, my like server logs are like nice and pretty colors. It's awesome. All right, continuing the stack here. Oh, there's a bag in this box. Oh boy, that's exciting. All right, got Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, Mario and Luigi Bowser Inside Story. Got a game called Trace Memory. This is like one of the earliest DS games, if I recall correctly. Mystery visual novel. Soft horror, I guess. I don't know. There were ghosts. Monster Tale, which I streamed once. Is that one where you've got that, like, pet that you have on your bottom screen and you feed it cookies and have it play with bicycles and then it grows stronger and then you play a Metroidvania on the top screen? and then it comes up and fights with you and stuff. It's pretty great. Super Mario 64 DS for the Nintendo DS. Got Animal Crossing Wild World for the Nintendo DS. Animal Crossing had some music in it. Anime Crossing. Do I have the thumb strap for Super Mario 64 DS? Not here. So, I don't know. Got Lost in Blue, which is a sticker on it that says new release. So, this is a new game, brand new, even today. I don't know if any of you ever played Lost in Blue. This game was really hard. It's like, basically you shipwreck or something onto an island. And you have to survive, and that's the game. But basically you like, I don't know, you meet up with another character, so there's two of you, actually, and you basically have, like, literally nothing, and, like, you have to build up your entire life from nothing, and you can die pretty easily. You'll starve to death, you'll thirst to death if you don't drink stuff. If you eat, like, bad food, you'll get sick, and it'll make you more hungry. And you live in a cave, and, like, you bring, like, wood and stuff back to your partner so that she can build furniture for you, and I don't know, you build tools and weapons and all that good stuff. But, so that's, like, the premise. Is it a roguelike? No. So the map is, like, fixed. But there were some, like, things about it that were kind of randomized. So, like, there were different colored mushrooms, for example. And every time you started a new game, the, like, effects of different mushrooms, like different colored mushrooms, would, like, be shuffled, basically. So there were mushrooms that would give you, like, a stamina boost, and you're like, oh yeah, I gotta eat those mushrooms. And there was mushrooms that would, like, poison you to death, and you're like, oh yeah, we should probably avoid those. But you don't know which one's which, so you kind of have to try them. But yeah, so there was, like, this whole thing where, like, you're at the beach and you're, like, in this cave and you're, like, exploring, and you find more parts of the island as you explore more. And I don't know, the beginning of the game, like, you kind of, like, climb this mountain or whatever, and you could choose to bring your partner with you, and if you brought your partner with you, then, like, you could push heavier rocks and stuff like that. But then you were, like, both expending energy, and also, like, she wasn't back at the cave, like, doing, like, work and stuff, so, like, that wasn't getting done. And I don't know, so it was like that whole thing, but, like, you're trying to progress, I guess, to, like, find, you know, more stuff on the island. But anyway, yeah, eventually, like, you found, like, the ability to hunt, because there was, like, game in some of, like, the highlands and stuff, and there's, like, a forest, like, a lake, and you had to build a boat to get across the lake, so you had to, like, find a lot of, like, sea logs and stuff. But anyway, I've said that, like, 5 times now. Eventually, you find out, of course, plot twist, there's other people on the island, and they're up to no good. And I can't tell you how exactly they were up to no good, because I never beat this game, because it's freaking impossible. Like, you can save whenever you want, but, like, when you die, you're either going back to your last save or you're starting the game over, and if you're, like, not really in a good spot, you're screwed, right? Like, it's just GG. You have to start from scratch. This game is brutal. I told you there was, like, game that you could hunt and stuff. 0 times did I ever successfully catch a deer in this entire game. Like, I built bows, like, stronger bows and better bows. Like better arrows, better tipped arrows. I never caught a single deer. It's impossible. I swear. But anyway, there was like multiple endings too. So like you could build a raft like pretty early on. And like just sail off the island. If you did that, I think that you die. Sorry, spoilers. But like it's an ending. Like it counts as an ending. It doesn't count just as like you died, game over. Like there's an epilogue and everything. But I'm pretty sure you end up dying. I remember. Maybe not. Who knows? But I think if you got any ending, there was like a new game plus where you like played as the other character as like the main, like in main control. And there was like, you know, they had some backstory and like all this stuff and, you know, whatever. But anyway, I've spent a long time reminiscing about that game. Maybe I'll play it sometime. Alright, Animal Crossing Wild World. I already talked about that one. What am I working on? Right now, I'm not actually doing any programming at all. I probably should change my stream title. Right now, I'm going through boxes of games. And just saying what boxes of games I have. While this thing is running. Can't really see most of the game, can you? That's my B. Sounds like an old Game Boy Color game called Survival Kids. Well, you see, that's because it's a sequel. I believe. They are related in some way. I'm getting Steam messages. Hello? Steam updater has updated. Okay, we'll go away. I'm gonna change my stream title. Finally, I have, well, this isn't finally, but in this particular stack, I have Zoo Tycoon DS. This game is still in its shrink wrap stuff. I've never opened it. So I haven't played that. But yeah, Zoo Tycoon, I guess, on the DS. It's neat. Maybe if it was Roller Coaster Tycoon, I would have played it. I played Zoo Tycoon on the PC, like, a long time ago. How do you spell this word that I'm trying to use? Did it? I don't think it came with mine, but... Alright, what is the correct category for this? There we go. Let's call it that. There we go. Boom. Alright, stream title has been updated. I'm sorry to anyone who wanted to see more programming, but I'm sure that was no one, so... Got this. Yes, yes, yes. Alright. Stella Glow. I'm gonna put this... No, let me get this stack out next. Oh, the bag in the box scares me. That's like a dangerous prospect, because like, I have to... If I open that bag... I'm gonna have to put everything back in place. Very, very carefully and painstakingly. Well, hold on, we'll get to it. Alright, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3DS. That's nothing new in continuation of what we've already seen here. Alright, Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes. This had some good music, if I recall correctly. The friggin' Water Temple, that song was great. And next to that is Link Between Worlds, which I guess I'll just kind of lump into the same LTTP2. Okay. Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks? DS Zelda games not known for their music, unfortunately. Have Polarium. This is a weird puzzle game. I never really liked it. Tetris DS. Yo, Tetris DS had some good music. Has some good remixes. Let's put that down. See if I can. If I can't find anything, then you know, whatever. But Tetris DS was probably my favorite Tetris game. Like straight up Tetris game. Like I like Tetris Attack better than I do Tetris personally, but this is also like the easiest Tetris game I've ever played because it had the well, it had swap first of all, which is always helpful, but it also had or hold or whatever you call it. You know, the thing where you can put something into like a hold box and then swap it with your like current thing, and then that one goes to the hold box. But that's not the reason that this is the easiest Tetris game. The reason that this is super easy Tetris game is because when you spin a piece, it like, I don't know, resets its like drop counter or something. So like if you're constantly spinning a piece, even if it's already like landed on the top of something else, it'll never click into place. So if you wanted like infinite time to place any piece, you just smash the spin button and it'll never like go down. And like some pieces you could even like roll up a staircase by spinning it. Like it was pretty great. I have Brain Age. My Brain Age is probably like 2. Wait, is low good or is it bad? I don't remember. What's a good Brain Age? Solving simple calculations and reading out loud. Activate the brain. ... What is your Brain Age? Train that brain. Sudoku included. Diamond version is like in this stack for some reason. I don't know how that got here, but I guess it probably doesn't belong. Yes, I have Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. It's kind of gross. And then I have Planet Puzzle League, which is probably my favorite version of Tetris Attack. The DS had some like really good like renditions of like the classic puzzle games. The reason this version of Tetris Attack is like really good, well, first of all, I had networking. That's like obviously not true anymore because, you know, DS, but so you could play online, and that was fun. But it's Tetris Attack, but you could play with a stylus, and that was like great. That was so good. Because like, I don't care how fast you are with your cursor. Like, if you're fast with the stylus, you'll be faster. Like, you can always be faster with, like, the stylus than you could with the cursor. You could, like, do some really crazy stuff. So that game rocks. Alright. Okay, so this bag that I've been, like, horrified about here has got all of my Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance games, and they're neatly stacked on top of each other, and they were wedged up against the side of the box between the DS game stacks so that they would stay in those nice neat stacks. And I'm sure you can imagine that a stack of Game Boy Advance games is not going to stay a stack if you, like, pick this bag up. It's a plastic bag, right? Like, and when I say a bunch of stacks, I mean, like, there's, like, 10 stacks of games here, and they're all, like, you know, maybe 8. I've got a lot of games in here. Yeah, they're pretty tall stacks of games, and, like, I don't want to put this back together. Um, but I kind of want to go through those games because I know there's going to be a lot of good ones in there. I'm sitting here debating my fate. And my fate is probably going to lose. But in the meantime, I've got I've got like sideways stacks in the box as well. Which complete some of the, I don't know, these are kind of not sorted very well, but got Phantom Hourglass was in this stack for some reason. I don't know how I got here, but Phantom Hourglass, it's a game. Had literally no dungeon music. Got New Super Mario Bros. For the Nintendo DS, because that's what that was for. Mario Kart DS. You know, there's some good Mario Kart tracks. I don't know about Mario Kart DS specifically, but I remember Mario Kart Wii had some real good stuff. I think that Mario Kart 8 has a pretty like famous track as well. Is that like a meme where you like type like whatever? I don't know, D20s, I guess. Let me list down Mario Karts. I'll see if I can't find anything good. Mario Kart with a C because, you know, cool. Golden Sun Dark Dawn. Oh man, I forgot this game existed. When's the sequel? I don't think this game was very well received. Um, it didn't really live up to the original series, I guess. Um, Golden Sun Bright Moon. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Command the elements and save the planet. Explore ruins that hold ancient secrets. Collect over 70 characters and aid you in combat. I guess it's talking about the genie. Oh, that's actually what it says. Okay. Summon powerful spirits that help you in battle. Okay. Basic reading ability is needed to fully enjoy this game. Warning. If you have epilepsy, or have had seizures, or other unusual reactions to flashing lights or patterns, consult a doctor before playing video games. It's important to be able to read that before you play the game. Just saying. But yeah, I asked why this, like, when this game is gonna have a sequel or whatever, because like it ends on a massive cliffhanger. Like spoilers, I guess. It's not really a spoiler, but yeah, the game doesn't end. It's like very clearly part one of like a series of games that like never got a part two. So that's too bad. It was a Golden Sun game. It's like pretty. It's pretty okay. I don't know. Got Okami Den. I don't actually remember very much about this game either, aside from the fact that like everything was missable, and that was obnoxious. I don't remember enjoying it though. Gotta get my points. Okay, so dinner's here. So I think I'm gonna go eat real fast. You guys can keep up the good work, I guess. You're gonna get your scores ahead of mine because can you believe this use of sublime text? Because I sure can't.
I'll be back. I'll try and like poke my head back in to like, you know, claim some points, but you know.
I'll catch up when I'm playing solo.
ゆりかごを求め今宵月は満ちて青く揺れる闇夜に流れ馳せる君への想いさすらい舞い上がる花のごとし麗しくありたい破れた雲の間に響き渡る雷鳴導かれしこの宿命寄り添うその声に耳を澄ませ歪んだ世界を共に抗ってきた幾度となくもしばと乱れる髪二人刻んだ証を守り抜く線香ゲゲ闇彩り何を望んでここまで来たのか強く握りしめいざ参る覚えたるはあの日誓い合った信念雨に濡れた草の香り儚い灯火と水面に立つ旋律の波が静寂かき消して切り裂くだけ疾風陣雷月光が走る今二人に舞い散れ花吹雪百連石膏孤独ではない深く結んで共に歩いてくここにある私の道しるべ 初から全ての始まりは小さな出来事から大きな変化へと目を閉じ思い出を人類はなぞるでしょう私は今でも世界を信じて旅してる遠くを目指してる果てしない旅誰かと似てる夢誰かの夢の中どちらがいいのでしょう忘れないで素敵それは嘘じゃない力だから見てみましょう始まりの地を風が吹いてます静かな風だから見てみましょう最初の願い確かめながどうしました膝に乗るリスの子栗の葉雪を求めてます森の子供です街が鳴り響けば
I'm back.
地の芋
Did I miss any songs? Or did I actually manage to get them all? How do I set this to like 100%, like just automatically? Where's like the zoom? Ugh. Crap. I'm holding the function key, not control. That's like not helping me. Yeah, this feels like the right size. Alright, I've got iced tea. I've got the start of a headache. And I've got this box of games to get through. So where were we? Oh my god! It's Kirby Canvas Curse for the Nintendo DS. This game's awesome. I love this game. Oh, I'm putting that down. Heck yes, Kirby Canvas Curse. I never played the sequel. For what, the Wii U? This game has some great music too. There's like really like interesting remixes. Very colorful songs. I don't know, it fit the game very well. It's a very good soundtrack. Next to that, I have Kirby Squeak Squad and Kirby Superstar Ultra. Which, I mean, they're Kirby games. Superstar Ultra is a pretty fun game. I was always a fan of the Great Cave Offensive. That's a pretty popular one. Wait, so what happened? Did we like die to Squirtle, or are we like coming back with the parcel? This is like our second trip. Fun thing about Superstar Ultra was the, I don't know, I actually liked the, you know, the additional content in Ultra. I thought it was pretty good on the whole. Meta Knight mode was cool. The new boss rushes were cool. The new bosses were cool. Extra mode or whatever it was called was cool. So. I don't remember much about Squeak Squad, unfortunately. I think the game was probably, I think it was a fine game. I think it was probably just kind of like par for the course as far as Kirby games go. Alright, we've got Trauma Center for the Nintendo DS, the original. Right next to Trauma Center Under the Knife. I think that's what this says. There's a sticker on it. $29.99. Barcode. New. I remember the final boss music in this game was rad. Some like really crazy final boss music, especially for like a, you know, a surgery game or whatever. It seemed like, you know, some of the craziest boss music you've ever heard. I'm gonna put down Trauma Center. I don't know what I'm gonna find, but last time I listened to any Trauma Center music on YouTube, it sounded like trash, so probably hasn't changed, but alright, I'm gonna skip the next few because reasons. We'll get back to them, I promise. But we have Professor Late sticker, $34.99 new, and the Curious Village. The sticker says Professor Layton, Curious Wi-Fi. The Curious Village of Saint Mystere. Next to that, of course, we have the Diabolical Box, Professor Layton and the, which is a brain-twisting mystery. And followed by Professor Layton and the Unwound Clock Future. London's time is running out. This game is rated everyone 10+ for mild violence. I don't remember the mild violence, but, you know. Secret weapon. I told you, you guys saw I was crazy. Professor Layton and the Last Spectre, the first chapter in the Layton saga. That's correct. Because chronologically, the second trilogy came before the first trilogy. It's kind of like Star Wars. I'm obviously going to list Layton here. Those are the DS ones. The 3DS ones are probably somewhere else, but next to that I have Luminous Arc and Luminous Arc 2, which are also both really good games and also have really good soundtracks. We'll put those on for sure. Probably have multiple tracks from those that are worth. Oh yeah. Yeah, LNR still don't, you know, because they're LNR, they're not like actual. Whatever. Alright, next game I'm also going to skip for the same reason as the other ones. This one I'm also skipping for the same reason. Oh, Kid Icarus Uprising. Man, this is a fun game. This game had fun multiplayer too. I wonder what, like, the meta is like nowadays, or if anyone even plays this game. I just remember that whenever I was playing this game, I had, like, the most broken setup of all time. I think I've actually told this story before, but in, like, free-for-all, like, I pretty much never lost. But basically, like, you got to choose your weapons and, like, your loadout or whatever, stickers or blocks or whatever. I don't remember what they were called, but, like powers, basically. And the way that they worked was, it's kind of complicated actually, but like during the battle, you would use like the power, and it would have some effect. So it could be like, you know, it heals you a little bit, or, you know, increases your damage for some duration of time, or, you know, makes you faster, or like, I don't know, makes you invisible or something like that. And basically the more powerful ones would have like fewer uses and like longer refresh time, and the less powerful ones would, you know, be more frequent usable, and, you know, but they'd be weaker. And there were typically like tiers to the powers that would have like more powerful versions that kind of obey those rules. But the other thing that was interesting about these powers was that when you were picking them before the battle started, they were like weird shapes, and you had to fit them all into a grid without like overlapping them, was like the rule. So you could like pick as much stuff as you wanted, as long as you could puzzle piece it into your like grid. I don't really remember exactly what it was called, or what, like, you know, the reasoning for that was, but that's how it worked. And of course, the more powerful stuff was like bigger and had more awkward shapes, and so on and so forth. But anyway, main problem with that, I guess, which is like kind of typical in a lot of multiplayer games, was like you would find these things in the base game, and so like if you like had played more of the game when we're on a higher level, you would just have better stuff, right? Especially the weapons, because like the way the weapons worked was like most of the time they just got better and better, like, and you would get better once we're doing higher difficulties and stuff. So anyway, I had this bow. I had this awesome bow. It was like the longest range weapon I think I've ever gotten in that game. And by long range, I mean like really, really long range. It went across like the entire map, for like any map in the multiplayer. It would reach like anywhere. And it also had like a homing buff on it as like one of its special effects. So like those arrows would just like home in on people. And on top of that, most bows in Kid Icarus Uprising have this like perk that the further they travel, the more damage they do. So like they're actually more potent at longer range. So like that's just this bow. This bow is ridiculous, and it was like a super high level weapon. It did a ton of damage, and like if I hit someone from across the map, they were almost like certain to die in one hit, which is like ridiculous in this game because most things like don't even come close to that. But you combine that with one of these sticker powers that I used a lot, which made your bullets invisible for some duration of time. And some, you know, make yourself invisible, I think was the other one. And so I would just like be invisible and people would be dying, and I would be picking them off from like all across the map. It's pretty great. Fun times. Fortunately, there were like other modes in that game aside from free-for-all that were, I guess, more balanced in that respect, where you couldn't just do that. But I mean, the stronger stuff was still better most of the time. Surprise. That was just multiplayer. I don't know who's played Kid Icarus Uprising, but this game had really good dialogue, like really good writing. It was a really funny game. Good music too, but I don't know how much of the music is like good for a playlist, because it's like what's the right term? The word I'm thinking of is like cinematic, but like that's not quite. Well, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. Music like goes with the game because like you're on rails for the first half, and so like it's scored, I guess. They're like pretty long tracks, like usually like 10 minutes or something. I don't know. That's a good boss meet through though. I don't know. I'll look around.
All right. Also in here, I have Professor Layton and the Miracle Mask, which is the 5th game in the series, the 2nd game in the 2nd trilogy of the series. This is the one with the penguins that Test Runner got stuck on forever. Sorry, Test Runner. It's got penguins. It's on the front cover, that's why I remembered. Solve puzzles to solve the mystery. Man, these like taglines get worse as the series goes on. Finally, in the series, I have Professor Layton and the Azaran Legacy TM. New! This is also new, according to the sticker anyway. The sticker looks pretty worn out though, so I don't know if I believe it. Discover the legacy of a lost civilization. This is probably my least favorite Layton game. Unfortunate. Since I'm on that track, hold on. I'm back. This was on top of my my shelf, I guess, along with 2 PC games that fell and landed on my Wii U controller. So that was not great. I think it's probably fine. Anyway, Professor Layton. Actually, it's not called Professor Layton. It's called Layton's Mystery Journey. Catriel and the Millionaire Conspiracy. So this was the start of the sequel to the sequels, where you play as supposedly Professor Layton's daughter. I don't know, like 20 years later or something like that. It's a pretty fun game. Let's see if I can't shove this into the box here with the rest of them. Probably space. That's where it belongs. Alright, and then I've also got Super Mario 3D Land. The only thing I remember about this game is that I 100%ed it in 2 days and never played it since. And that's that. Yeah, so that was that game. It was a Mario game, I guess, probably, based on the title. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna put these stacks back carefully. Oh, man. Wait, were they sideways? I guess they're probably sideways. Oh, no. Oh, no. It doesn't fit. Oh, my gosh. The thing about these Game Boy Advance stacks is that even if they're still standing up, they actually kind of get wider as they, like, you know, push themselves out. Oh, man. I swear, this is very carefully puzzle pieced into here. Oh, boy. Ugh. Alright. Oh, my back hurts a little bit because I've been like leaning over this box. I should probably like sit down on the floor or something instead of in my chair.
I'm gonna take this bag out, and I'm gonna regret it, but it's happening. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's coming out. Alright. Oh man. Alright. I'm gonna like take a picture of this and post it on Twitter or something. You guys can see what I'm talking about. I did overestimate my console a bit, of course, but oh god, flash. Why is the flash turned on? I guess it's dark or something. Alright. Compose, tweet. Pick picture. Oh yeah, this is like a really bad picture. It's awesome. Alright. Caption is gonna be video games tweet. Alright. Did it go through? Still sending. Uh-oh. Might fail. Oh, come on. I believe in you. Continue uploading. Yeah, it's like failing to send. I got like really crappy cell around here. I guess I'll turn Wi-Fi on. Oh, that was cute. I watched the progress bar just like go from nearly finished to all the way back to like the start, and then it filled all the way back up real fast. Thanks, Wi-Fi. I'm gonna turn Wi-Fi off. Alright, it should be up. Let's see. Alright, here we go. Post that in chat so you guys can see it, and I'll also get points for the next song. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at here. Just stacks of games in a plastic bag, which I kind of pretty transparent. But as you may have already seen near the top, how did I even get them in there? Very carefully. I'm ruining my hard work here, I know. I'll keep them in order, so hopefully I can... The Game Boy Advance games are like alternating. Well, actually they probably all are. Yeah, no. Maybe the Game Boy Color ones are. But like they alternate so that they stack up like the right way instead of like leaning over. But anyway, the very top here, I've got this little Pokeball, which I guess is the Poke Walker. Is that what it's called? It doesn't actually say what it's called on it. It seems pretty dead. It's not really doing anything when I press the buttons. So it's basically just a Pokeball with a screen and some buttons that don't do anything right now. those of you who don't know, this game came with Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Silver, Heart Gold and Soul Silver for the DS. And you could put one of your Pokemon on it, and when you walked, they would, I guess, gain friendship? Probably not experience. Maybe you did get experience, I don't remember. Anyway, it's dead. Wait, are we trying to go to the mart right now? I don't really know what you guys are trying to do, because I was, like, kind of out for a little bit. Anything new? I'm going through games. Alright, we've got Pokemon Pinball. For the Game Boy, with the Rumble Pack, apparently. I suck at, like, all pinball games. I'm really bad at pinball. Like, really, really bad at pinball. Pokemon Pinball is no exception. Pokemon Pinball had some good music, though. Or at least the sequel did. I don't remember the original. It probably did. Let's just pinball. Just write pinball, and I'm sure that'll, like, cover all my bases. The thing about Pokemon Pinball was, like, there was those bonus rounds that were, like, really hard to get to, and you could fight, like, Mewtwo and stuff, and you're like, oh man, I want to fight Mewtwo, but then you had to, like, be good. But, like, every time you play through the game, you get, like, new Pokemon and stuff. You're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get, like, a different team this time, and, like, fill out the Pokedex. So, like, even when you fail, it kind of feels worth it, you know? Next to that, another, the one on the top here that's, like, got bulky top, so I had to put it on top of the stack, was WarioWare Twisted. This game is amazing. This is probably my favorite WarioWare game. Also, there's actually, I don't remember, some of the boss music was good. I'm gonna see if I can't find the song I'm thinking of. I almost feel like I need to change the playlist shuffle to actually be pure random instead of shuffle, like, without repetition, because, you know, we're just gonna sit here and get through the whole list in one day, and it's not gonna be any fun anymore. But then we, like, get repeats because my list is short. Well, whatever. We'll call this a trial run, and I'll wipe everyone's scores. Ha. JK. I might, though. We'll see. Your scores will be saved forever. They just might not be visible anymore. Alright, first stack, far left. This is the colorful stack here. Not because they're Game Boy Color games necessarily, but because they're not just, you know, black cartridges. We got Pokemon Puzzle Challenge. Heck yes. Pokemon Crystal version, Pokemon Silver version, Pokemon Gold version, Pokemon Yellow version, and those are all different colors. They really, like, made sure that these Pokemon cartridges were, like, fancy colors. Oh my god! I've got a Game Boy Color game here. It is called Harry Potter. That is the entire title. It's just straight Harry Potter. If I read on the side here, it says, this game pack is for the Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance systems only. This was an RPG
It went through the, you know, Sorcerer's Stone or whatever. And that's about all I remember, actually. I remember I had to go through the game twice because there was some quest in the middle of the game ish that basically I honestly can't remember the specifics, but you had to, it was a fetch quest and you had to find various items over the school, right? And there were like somewhat cryptic hints about their locations, and they were kind of weird spots. Like you had to like try and talk to like a bookcase or something, or like, you know, like maybe a garbage can or like whatever. I don't remember, but I do actually remember the location of one of the things was like on a chalkboard. I think it was a chalkboard, and there was like a drawing there, and the hint was like kind of about that drawing. But the problem was the first time I played the game, that item just wasn't there. Like, you couldn't get it from that spot. And I started a new file, and like it was there. And so like I was like scouring all over the hecking school looking for this item because I was like, oh man, I thought the hint was pointing to this location. I like seems to make sense, but I was 100% sure, but I couldn't think of anything else, and it was just like it was broken. I don't know what the bug was, but yeah, the item just wasn't there, and so I couldn't beat the game. So that's cool. So this game is like got, I guess, like a fail condition or something. Good video game. Next to that, I have Buzz Lightyear of Star Command by Disney Pixar. I don't really remember this game. I'm pretty sure this was like... No, honestly, I can't remember a dang thing. I don't remember this game at all. Probably have Buzz Lightyear in it. Alright, the next stat, which I will try to preserve, is got on top, it has Kirby's Block Ball, which I don't think I've actually ever played. I want to say someone just like gave this to me. It's probably Breakout, I imagine. That's what this is, right? I don't know. Kirby. Oh, it's Rayman. Just called Rayman. It's not an original Rayman game, which is really confusing when you're like looking up these games by name. Because it's also not like a remake of Rayman, it's just a game called Rayman for the Game Boy Color. And it's really weird when you like play Rayman like 2 and Rayman 3 because they're also not this game. And it's like, I don't know, divergent like parallel universes or something. Naming conventions are hard. I actually remember enjoying this game quite a bit, but it was pretty hard. It's like pretty standard platformer for like that era, I guess. Yeah. Speaking of platformers, Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy Color. I guess they remade this game for the Game Boy Color. This is the only version of the game I've played. Really. I'm pretty sure I beat it. Supposedly this is like an inferior version. Oh yeah, that's right. That's the other good point about Rayman is there were no saves. It was password based. A lot of Game Boy Color games are actually like that still. They didn't save. They gave you passwords at the end of every stage and like you wrote it down or you started over. That's kind of how it worked. And like if you've got like, you know, a not 5-year-old brain, you realize that the passwords are like not even like encrypted and like you can like change like one of the letters and you're like in the next stage. Yeah. Donkey Kong Country. We got Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. I played the crap out of this game because it was the only game that I owned for a very long time, and by that I mean like literally this is the first Nintendo game I ever had. on this purple Game Boy, see-through Game Boy Color that's now got an exploded battery in the pack here. I got a Game Boy when I was 4? I think it was 4, and I got Super Mario Bros. Deluxe with it. I think it was either my birthday or on Christmas. Can't quite remember. Yeah, so this was like Mario for me, I guess. I'm really bad at Mario. You guys know that, right? I suck at Mario. Mario Bros. Deluxe, if you guys don't know, it's Mario. It's Super Mario Bros. Except it's got like a few extra game modes. There's like a mode where I guess you race Boo or something, and that was like a weird mode. It had some new stages, and I don't know, you just like race Boo and try to get to the end fast. It wasn't really a race, it was like against the Boo per se, because like, you know, he may as well not exist. It's really just a race against the clock ultimately, but whatever. It had a mode where it was like a score mode or something, and there were like a few additional goals. Like, I think that there were some red coins in each stage, and if you found all of them, that was one of the goals. And then there was a hidden Yoshi egg in an invisible block somewhere in the stage, and that was one of the goals. And then I think there was just a score goal, like a flat like score, like you just need to get this score on this stage, you know, by any means, including the Yoshi egg and the red coins. And like if you got that, then you would get the goal. And like, so there were those three goals on every stage, and there was like a grid of all the levels and all like the goals that you completed, and I don't know, 100% or whatever. It was honestly pretty good way to like give like decent replay to the Mario Bros. Stages IMO. I think that this game also did have the lost levels in it. I can't remember. Can't remember if it did or not. So that's Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. Wario Land 3 and Wario Land and Wario Land 1. Wario Land 2, yeah. Wario Land, also known as Super Mario Land 3. These 3 Wario Land games. Wario Land games had some good music. Let's see if I can't find anything from those. I played Wario Land 1 last, actually. I mean, I think it's the worst of the 3. Alright. Next to that, I have another stack of Game Boy games, but on top of that stack of Game Boy games are a few stray Game Boy Advance games, so I'll get those real fast. Got Wario Land 4, a continuation of that. Got Puzzle League and Dr. Mario. It's actually Dr. Mario and Puzzle League, but you know, I like Puzzle League more, so we're gonna say it the other way. And then there's this game called Fortress. This was... oh boy. It's basically Tetris, kind of, except instead of like creating lines, it's kind of nothing like Tetris actually, but there's pieces falling from the sky. That was the similarity to Tetris, but the pieces were like parts of like a fortress, and you were on like one side of like the field, you know, 2D field. Not top down, like side 2D field. These pieces are dropping down from the sky, and you built a fortress out of the pieces, I guess. And there were like various kinds of pieces, like some of them were like just blockades, and some of them were like cannons, and some of them were like little, I don't know, maybe like houses or something that like knights came out of, or heck if I know.
And there, you know, there were 2 players, and like you would just like build your fortresses out of like these Tetris mechanics, and like when you started putting stuff down, like your fortresses would just be doing battle. Like the cannons would be firing, and like it would be destroying stuff, and like warriors would be coming out and just like killing each other, and like I was really bad at this game. But then again, I'm bad at Tetris, so maybe that's why. I just explained the entire game to you. You probably don't need to play it to get the full experience, honestly. Kind of an interesting concept in retrospect, though. Yeah, it was a Game Boy Advance game. Yeah. It's called Fortress. It's the whole name of the game.
By Mad Jesco? Is that? Man, this is a pretty faded sticker. Alright. Under that is the rest of the Game Boy games. I've got Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons.
So that one came back up after all.
I got Harvest Moon? I have Harvest Moon. The Game Boy.
I never beat this game.
I remember the hot springs at the end of the year, and like they tell you you failed because your farm sucks, and that was like all I remember about this game, honestly. I remember you have a farm.
How can you beat Harvest Moon? Well, there's a goal that they set for you. Like at the beginning of the year, they're like, "Oh, can't you like reach this like, I don't know, money or something? Like, get this much money?" I think probably that. Like at the end of the year, they're like, "Do you have this much money?" And the answer is like, "No, I don't have this much money." And they're like, "Well, you failed. Better luck next year." And I was just like, "Man, this sucks." I spent all this work on this farm, feeding chickens every day, and this is what I get for it.
Frogger.
I'm pretty sure this is just straight up Frogger. Like no bells or whistles attached. I wonder how much that cost, man.
Battleship? Battleship for the Game Boy. The classic naval combat game. I wonder if this had like link cable capacity or something. I mean, that's a pretty good way to do it, honestly. Like, if you want to play Battleship and you don't want to like set up your like pegboards or whatever and like try and hide your field from your opponents with the like, you know, screen or whatever they had, just play it on Game Boy and, you know, link cable. It's easier to hide your screen with your hand than it is a pegboard with a, yeah. Battleship is impossible. One with Battleship and the submarine game? I don't know, it just says Battleship, the classic naval combat game. I don't actually remember playing the game, frankly. I think I did, but like, I don't remember it, so. Along those lines, these are like, I guess, crappy arcade game stack here. I've got Marble Madness, which is another impossible game. I don't think I ever beat that one, even though, you know, it's like probably only like 5 minutes long at that. Continuing with non-crappy, non-arcade games, I have Kirby Tilt and Tumble. arguably the best Kirby game of all time. Like, it's really hard for me to say that because there's a lot of good Kirby games. But if this was in any other series that wasn't like Kirby, it would probably be the best game in that series. Except it has to be Kirby, because he's like, you know, a really puffball. That's like why it works. So. Kirby Tilt and Tumble too hard. It's a pretty tough game, yeah. Absolutely. Oh man, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX. This sticker is like super faded and like pretty torn near the top. This thing, I know I've told this story before, but you know, we're doing this, so I may as well. This cartridge... this cartridge has gone through the wash. I know that much. Which normally just completely destroys these things. And it kind of did, except I'm pretty sure it still works. Do I have like a system I can play this on? But this game belonged to... So I had a neighbor, I guess, you call the house across the street from you your neighbors? I don't really know, but we always call them neighbors. Good friend. Oh, this is classic. I'm trying to turn this thing on, and every time I turn it on, it gives me like a slightly different corrupted like Nintendo logo. Ah, come on, buddy. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh yeah, Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening DX. Man, I haven't played this game in so long, and there's a file on here called TOO. I can't believe that. That's crazy. First file is in the egg, looks like. Yeah, it seems to be in working condition. The file is like fine. Looks like a pretty 100% file. 0 deaths. Good stuff. Anyway, the story with this cartridge is it belonged to my friend, my neighbor, who lived across the street. And I don't know, we like played games together a lot back then. Like in, you know, grade school or whatever. Where like we would just like, you know, watch each other play and like, you know, hand the game off every now and then. Like, the original thing that we did was we played Super Mario 64. Because he had an N64 before we did. And we'd go over to his house and play SM64, and it would best be like, you know, you do the stage, and you'd either die or you'd get a star, and then you'd, you know, pass the controller, right? And back in the day, when like Super Mario 64 like first came out, and like all the like kindergartners were playing it, second Bowser stage was like that. No one got past that level, either because like you couldn't get enough stars because you sucked that bad, or because you couldn't beat the second Bowser. Like that was the greatest wall of all time. And like when you were playing, like, you know, we did, where you would keep handing off the controller, like you didn't have enough like time to yourself to get good at it, you know? I guess, I don't know, whatever, but I've diverged, but I'll keep going on this story. We got an N64 with pod racing because it came with the system. That's why we have it. Not because I really wanted pod racing or anything. It came with the system. And then we got Super Mario 64. And, you know, me by myself now with Super Mario 64 sat down and like beat the game in like a week or something. You know, cool kid who beat Super Mario 64. But anyway, Link's Awakening. We played this game together as well. Until
I don't know, at some point he just let me the game because he was like, yo, you're like enjoying this, like you should just keep playing it. I was like, I don't have time, and like you've got time, or heck no. So he let me the game, and like I played the game up to like, I don't know, maybe 7th dungeon or something like that. And like, you know, I went back and was like, yo, I'm at like the 7th dungeon or whatever. And so we like played the game some more, and he's like, oh, cool, we're like pretty far. And we got into the level 8, Turtle Rock. And if you guys know that dungeon, in order to get the fire wand, fire rod, magic rod, whatever the heck it's called, I don't know what the item is, you gotta lower the pegs in that dungeon. In order to lower the pegs in that dungeon, you gotta hit the switch, the peg lowering switch. There's only like one that you have access to in the entire level. And it's in a room that's like kind of in the middle of the dungeon that has bomb walls, unmarked bomb walls on like all 4 sides. Maybe it's 3 sides, I can't quite remember. But if you played the game, you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, we couldn't find that. So the dungeon was impossible. You can't beat the dungeon without the fire wand rod. But, so basically we gave up. We stopped playing the game. And this brings me back to the point where, so he had the game back and it went through the wash. So I don't know, he had it in his pocket or something. And he's like, oh crap, like I screwed this game up forever. And I was like, well, is it like run? And so we like played the game and it ran. It was fine as far as like working condition, but our save file, boy, did that save file have problems. And I'm talking like creepypasta like levels of issues here. Because I think the game, like in retrospect, like now that I kind of have some kind of understanding of like the game, I think probably what happened was the game thought that we had like all of the follower characters like simultaneously or something like that, and a really messed up state. And so basically, what ended up happening is like as we were going around like the world, every time you would like screen transition, there would just be a random tile on the screen that would be like covered by like a still image of like Marin or a Chain Chomp or a ghost or something, and they would just kind of be there, and like it was really spooky, like messed up. But this was the goofy part. We had 2 swords, we had the fire rod, and all of the bomb walls surrounding the switch in level 8 were broken. And that is how I learned about those bomb walls, was because of this corrupt file. Showed me those bomb walls were there. So we had this like really messed up inventory. We had these like really messed up like screen flags, like progress flags, like whatever. The game was impossible to finish because he had no power bracelet. Got overridden by a sword. So we beat level 8, but we did not beat the game. However, as we see here, the game seems fine now. We restart a new file, I beat the game from fresh. It's like, oh. So that's my Link's Awakening story. Probably told it before, but oh, we're not going left anymore. Crap. Right. That's not left. It's still not left. There we go.
Alright. Alright, the 2 remaining stacks in here are like the Leaning Tower of Game Boy Advance games. These things are not standing up very well at this point. Oh Oh, it fell. Whatever. It's fine. Alright. Alright, so here we have like the second color stack. I guess, kind of. Actually, the color stack was split here. Link's Awakening has all sorts of crazy problems. Alright, I've got Pokemon Ruby version, Pokemon Sapphire version, and Pokemon Emerald version. I own all three of them. Crazy person. This Sapphire version, by the way, if I'm correct, has a full dex. I'm actually gonna check because apparently this SP has like got really strong batteries, so. Oh yeah, this one just turns right on. 2003. The internal battery has run dry. The game can be played, however, clock-based events will no longer occur. Player, Tom, time, 154 hours and 5 minutes. Badges, 8. Pokedex, 201. Heck yeah. Alright. I'll let you guys guess what's in my team. If you can guess a single Pokemon that's in my team right now, nothing will happen. Ralts is incorrect. Pidgey is incorrect. Ralts is also incorrect. Pika Blue. No, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna feign ignorance. I'm going through my boxes right now. I mean, I have everything, right? Or at least fully evolved. So this is like pretty crazy. I have a box that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have a box that has 14 Horsey in it. And 1 Sea King. I guess I was farming them for the scale or whatever you need to evolve them. I got 4 eggs. We'll never know what those hatch into. No Alakazam. Okay, honestly, I've got a really boring party. Got a level 95 Rayquaza. A level 95 Kyogre. A level 65 Raichu, whose name is Pika Dude. A level 54 Jirachi, and a level 78 Swampert. And, you know, a full dex. I checked my box. I have a level 31 Gardevoir. It's male, and that is all you've got on that front. I think he passed me. Oh no, the other stack fell over. Rip. I have a game here called Frogger Advance. I don't really... I think this is a platformer. I think. I think that's what this was. Who knows? Ah, here it is. Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire. The arguably superior version of Pokemon Pinball. Perhaps. Not really sure, honestly, but it's Pokemon Pinball, so what can you say? It's got more Pokemon. I've got Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge, also known as Banjo 1.5e, the game that no one realizes exists. It was weird. Amazing Mirror, which is probably my favorite Kirby game. Just because it's like, you know, explore the world or whatever. The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, 4 Swords for the Game Boy Advance. This is still the only official version of Link to the Past that I have played. I've never played... I don't know. I don't remember if you forced me to go through the SNES version at some point. But aside from this, I've only played Randomizer. Which is always why, like, some of the dungeons confuse me, because they changed them, right? They also changed, like, I don't know, menus and the shovel and, I don't know. Also, you know, the 4 swords. And the controls. That's actually a pretty major change, frankly. I've got Minish Cap. I guess this is a Zelda stack. Yeah, I've got Minish Cap. And then I've got Zelda 1 and Zelda 2. Classic NES series. The Legend of Zelda. Classic NES series. Zelda 2. The Adventure of Link. And in a similar vein, this is actually the only version of Zelda 2 that I have played. Unless I played it on Wii Virtual Console, which I may have done once, but I don't own it on Virtual Console. So, but these are the original games, unlike Link to the Past, which had some tweaks. Legend of Zelda I've obviously played in a lot of different situations, but I mean there's ZC, but there's Legend of Zelda on the Game Boy Advance. I've played it on the NES at my cousin's house. I've also played it on Virtual Console. I don't have the Collector's Edition, no. I also don't have the Master Quest disc. So the only time I played Master Quest was on the 3DS version. It's like my Master Quest. Wait, are we supposed to be going back to Oak right now? Like, where are we going? I thought that was already done. We have like the running shoes. Like, what is the situation? No, whatever. All right, next stack. We've got Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Leaf Green. Neither of these have a full dex, but you know, it's actually kind of harder in those games. Sapphire version is the last game in which I completed the Pokédex. I've only completed the Pokédex in 2 games, actually. In Sapphire and Yellow version. And Sapphire, I would argue, is probably the most legit. Because Yellow version, I made use of well, the Mew fly glitch, of course, in order to get Mew. And also, I would trade things to my silver version and clone them, because that was a thing you could do in silver version. And then, you know, make use of that. So, for example, I would trade the Eevee and I cloned it like 5 times so I could get all the Eevees. So there was a bit of that to 100% the yellow version Pokedex, but, you know, whatever. At Mario Pinball Land, this game is impossible. Like, actually, it's an impossible video game. If you tell me that you beat it, you're a liar. If anyone's told you that they've beaten it, they're a liar. I don't think that game has... I don't think it can be beat. Got Mario Party Advance, which is a game that I think is amazing. I know I've streamed that one before. The game is a blast. Koopa curling. Heck yes, Koopa curling. Oh, I've got Mario Luigi Superstar Saga. I think this belonged to my brother. He probably, I guess he gave it to me. Nice. Super Mario Advanced 4 Super Mario 3 Bros. That's how you read that, right? Yeah, so let's see, what do I have? I got Super Mario Advance. I've got Super Mario Advance 3. Well, God. Okay, let me read these how they're written out. Okay, Super Mario Advance, Yoshi's Island, Super Mario Advance 3, and then Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3. So, like, I don't know which one's Super Mario Advance 2, but Super Mario Advance 1 is Super Mario Bros. 2, the one where you go to, like, Dreamland or whatever it's called. With Birdo and the flying bird head exit. I want to say that these games have changes from the originals, if nothing less than like graphical updates, or maybe they were like the versions that were in like, I don't know, Superstar or something, or what was it called? All Stars on the Super Nintendo. But yeah, so these are remakes of like a lot of the Mario platforms for Super Nintendo, which are also like, wait, where's Super Mario World? That's gotta be Super Mario Advance 2. I know I had that. It's not here. Yeah? Huh. Guess I lost it forever. Rest in peace, dude. Oh, are we disconnected? Just DC'd. When did that happen? So here's the bug, by the way. It says reach unexpected end of input in JSON.lua. So there's like some kind of JSON parse like bug in whatever JSON. I don't know. Maybe a network issue even. I don't know. Just dropping input or something, but yeah, it totally killed the connection. I could probably error handle bladder to like reconnect. Shouldn't be too hard. The Lua script I put together in like, what was it, 5 minutes or something. It's like very low effort. Alright. And that's all of them, actually. I got through it. And I've managed to keep them more or less in stacks. But now I have to try and get them back in the bag, keeping them stacks, and get the bag back in the box, keeping them stacks. And yeah. So this is how we're gonna do this. Let's start with the Game Boy Color games, because those are the most like, oh gosh. Oh, this stack is already like sliding over. It was in such a good position. I've got to like get it all the way over to the side of the bag so there's like even room for all this stuff. Alright, it's 2 stacks in. Alright, it's 3 stacks. Maybe it would make more sense to put these stacks in the bag in the box. I should put the box in the bag in the box before I put the... Yeah. Yes. These like I've called them game crates for the longest time. These boxes that I like keep all my games in are really annoying actually, because in the corners, well, first of all, they're not like square corners, they're round corners, but that wouldn't be so much of a problem if it weren't for the fact that there was like a plastic, like, I don't know, supporter or something that's just sticking out of the corner. So, like, you can't even put stuff up against the corners, like, in any reasonable fashion. It's just, like, there's this plastic thing in the way. It's really annoying. Oh, crap. Oh man, this is hard. My hand doesn't fit to the bottom of the... I probably needed to put these in the bag before putting it in the box. Alright, take the bag back out of the box. Put the bag on the table. Oh crap. Alright, oh my god. Sorry, I'm kind of like shut up while I'm like super focused on this like intensely task. It is intensely a task. Oh no, no. Ah, god dang it. See, the problem with these Game Boy Advance games is like that. Heck. Ah! Fell over. There's also like wrinkles in the bottom of the bag and like... So... I'd have to go look, but... this is kind of similar, but actually like fairly worse. There should be a drawer in the basement somewhere where we've got like a handful of. I think we do have like boxes for some like old games, but actually, what's in that drawer is a bunch of game like manuals. You know, back when they had those like in paper. But the best part about that, the kind of hilarious part, is like a non-trivial number of those manuals are for games that we don't own. Because what would happen is we go to Blockbuster and rent games, and they would have the manuals with them. And being, I don't know, the weird human being that I am, I would actually read those things. Who reads manuals? Yeah, I know, right? And since I was reading the manuals, they were no longer like alongside the game, and they would never go back to Blockbuster. So, you know, just because we forgot about them, right? So, and like seriously, this happened numerous times. I've got like actually probably half a dozen game manuals from games that just who knows what happened. So yeah, that was the thing. Dude, this is not fair. I put the stacks in. So, you remember like 2 minutes ago when I said there were these plastic pieces at the side of the box in the corners? This thing like is perfectly sized so that it goes all the way across the width of the box, but it doesn't fit at the back side where I had it before because these plastic things are sticking out. Ah! What do I do? How did this fit before? I don't understand. Ah, crap! This stack is falling over now. No, dude. This is such a problem. I knew this was gonna happen. I prepared myself for this. I steeled my determination in preparation for this exact occurrence. Alright, this is what I'm gonna do. I'll take one of the stacks. Oh, God. And then I'm gonna put it. Oh, no! I'm gonna put it on top of. Half of it on top of one of the. Oh, this is not working. Time to reference the photo evidence. That's not a bad idea. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I did. All right. So I didn't have 6 stacks across, which fits perfectly in the bag, by the way, and would fit perfectly in the box if it weren't for those stupid corner things. All right. While I still have the chance here, this is what I'm talking about. I'm gonna take another picture and post another tweet. This is in a really bad light. This is like literally under my desk right now. Alright, I've got a good picture. Alright. What's happening? Picture. Stupid corner things. Tweet. I probably should have connected to Wi-Fi again, huh? And you asked me why I turned Wi-Fi off to begin with, and I'm just like, oh, whatever. Alright, here we go. Twitter. Alright, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about here. Look at these things. Look at that. Look at that garbage.
Like, what are those even for? They're specifically to make it so that, like, anyone who tries to stack their Game Boy Advance games in a plastic bag
Can't do it. Like, that's why those exist. Well, I don't like the designer of this box. I mean, you make a compelling point, but now I can't put the stuff in the box. Like, shouldn't a box's primary function be to contain things, not to not get stuck on other boxes?
Oh no!
Oh no, my stacks fell over, dude! You know what? Whatever, who cares?
As long as it fits. That's what she said. Alright,
Get in there! Alright, alright, alright. It's good enough. Oh, my aching back. Alright. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games in this box that I skipped.
but we'll be back to them.
Oh no! Crap.
I didn't put Twisted Pinball or the Pokeball Walker back in the bag. This was a mistake.
And my hand doesn't fit. Whatever, these can just kind of haphazard, like,
At this point. Alright. Didn't we get the song? Oh no, it was Really Tomorrow that we heard, not Easy Dance. This is Easy Dance, right? That's the one. Okay, I have placed all of the games back in... Oh, crap. I placed all the games back in the box, but I didn't place the handheld consoles back in... How did this all fit? Like, there was room to spare. I was looking at this thing, and it was like... There's, like tons of space in the top, and, like... I'm looking at it now, and, like, the box is already full, and I had to put, like, all these Game Boys back in. How? Ugh. Alright. Okay. Lid, if you don't go back on, I'm gonna get mad at you. You don't want me to be mad at— oh, it just clicks right on. Right. Okay! That's 2! 2 boxes in a bag.
Oh, I didn't put the Game Boy Player disc back in either.
All these miscellaneous things I'm forgetting to get back in. Okay. Ugh. Time to get on the ground.
Ugh, and get
Box number 3. This one is significantly lighter than the last one, so that's a good sign. Ugh. Okay. Man. This kind of thing is actually like really bad for me because like whenever I dig through stuff, especially when I'm like packing or whatever to like move, I always kicks up a bunch of dust and like it's pretty allergic actually. And that's like kind of the annoying like, I don't know, I don't really get runny nose, itchy eyes or whatever when it comes to dust. I just like have trouble breathing, which I guess is kind of like what dust does, but you know. Anyway,
in box number 3, got a Nintendo GameCube Wavebird controller. It's gray. It is currently clicked to channel 1. The D-stick is like got like actually straight up a tear like right through the upper right side. It's like, this thing is really grody also.
yeah, so that's kind of gross. Got a Nintendo GameCube controller. This one is purple and it is not wireless. Got another Nintendo GameCube controller. This one is purple. It is also not wireless. It's also kind of grody.
We've got a Wiimote.
The white one. It's got a strap still attached to it. And a nunchuck.
This thing is like straight up like, what the heck? Did the sticks on these things like melt? This thing is disgusting. What is all over this? It's like yellow. I don't want to touch it to see how sticky it is, but like it looks sticky. What?
I think it's a good thing. All the songs. I've got a Nintendo GameCube receiver. This one plugs into the GameCube or Wii. It is also clicked to channel 1.
And we've got stacks of games. And these are console games. So I guess we'll start with the GameCube stack. Yeah, they're kind of interleaved actually. Well, whatever, it's fine. And they are definitely not sorted. Maybe I'll make that happen. We've probably gone through this list actually before, but... Alright, we've got Pikmin. Pikmin 1. Pikmin has some like kind of memorable songs, but nothing that I like really would
Put on a playlist necessarily.
Wario World. I think this is one of the games that I did in my 10-minute thing. That's a fun game. It's like a nice mix of, I felt like, exploration and like action, I guess. Like, even though it was like a stage-based game, and there was also like some like puzzly stuff in it too, which was like kind of unexpected for like, you know, a platformer, especially like, you know, Wario game. Well, actually, I don't know. Now that I think about it, a lot of the Wario games do kind of have like more puzzly aspects to them than like your typical Mario platformer does. They're just like kind of interesting to me. Because, you know, Wario's supposed to like be like, you know, no brains all brawn or whatever. And yet he's the one that's got to like figure out like, man, I need to get this guy to set me on fire in just such the right way that I can, you know, move in this amount of stuff, because that's when I'm actually gonna burn up, and then I can go through this wall and like, yeah. WarioWare Smooth Moves. This is the WarioWare game that I own that I know the least about, because I only played it like once. I played it the day that I got it, and I never played it since. So I don't really remember the minigames at all, or like any of the new characters even. So there's that. This one's a classic. This is probably worth something. Super Smash Bros. Melee. It's got a disc in a box. I've got the manual. And I've got Give Yourself a Fighting Chance. Train with a Nintendo Power subscription, and you'll get a smashing free gift. There's an asterisk next to the word free. Underneath that in small text it says, asterisk, gift free with paid submission. Or subscription, I should say. So, there you go, Nintendo Power, it's a hit. Ha! Good pun. You know, Super Smash. It's a smash, dude. Alright. Oh yeah, they even made that, alright. Luigi's down here. He says it's super smashing, bro. Yeah. So that's Super Smash Bros. Melee. You don't need me to tell you about that game. Everyone knows everything about that game. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. I got this game for $9.99. That's pretty cheap for a GameCube game. But I guess nowadays, maybe not. Metroid Prime, the GameCube. I got this game for $3.99. That's less than $4. This isn't even in like the original case. It's in like one of those like weird, I don't know, generic GameStop cases. Doesn't even have like the right size disc holder. Like this thing could be used for like normal CD-sized games, and yet it's got Metroid Prime on the inside. So I guess that's what it is. Doesn't have like a memory card holder or anything. So I guess it. Super Smash Bros. Brawl. All I have to say about this is Sticker Factory. I'll leave it at that. I got Animal Crossing. Population growing. Special present on card. Memory card 59 included.
Why would you call it that?
Oh, there's a memory card in here. Memory card 59 was included. It's in the box. I mean, okay.
I mean, they gave you a memory card with the game because it literally required an entire memory card just to like hold the game's data, so. Which in retrospect is like kind of crazy to me because like, did it really need all that like memory? Like why?
Whatever. Mario Party 4. Me and Tusker were talking about Mario Party a little bit the other day. But Mario Party 4 has got Beach Volley Folly, which is my favorite part of any Mario Party game. Out of all the Mario Party games, overall, that I've played.
Beach Volley Folly is great. Best minigame of all time. It's not even like really a mini game. It's like a somewhere between a mini game and a full game. I don't know what you call that. Medium game. I mean, I don't know. I understand that, but like, even then, is that really like that much data? I don't know. Casual game.
I have Pokemon Coliseum bonus disc. I don't remember what you had to do to obtain this. It might have been pre-order the game, or just buy it during like the first like wave or whatever. But the bonus disc for Pokemon Coliseum, which had like a promotional video for Pokemon Coliseum. It had a trailer for Jirachi Wishmaker movie, and it had Jirachi gift, which you could use to get a Jirachi on your Sapphire Ruby game with Game Boy, like Link, Game Boy Advance, GameCube Link cable thing. If you have one of those, you could download a Jirachi into your game. And that's how you got Jirachi in that generation, pretty much. I think there were different events in other, like, regions, but I also think that the bonus disc had other, like, I think, like, in Europe, the bonus disc didn't give you Jirachi. It might have given you Celebi, actually. Can't remember. But yeah, I own that, I guess. It's in my hands, so... I don't know where this came from, but it's actually a Wii U game. That's like one of the very few of those you're going to hear from tonight. But I have Rayman Legends, which is the sequel to Rayman Origins. This game had the musical adventure levels. Those were awesome. I love those. You know, this game also actually had the those like daily challenges or whatever that had you know, online leaderboards for the daily challenges. And I spent like, I don't know, there were a few days, a week or two that I like really went in on those. Did I play Rayman for the DS? Wait, did I not say that one? I have it.
Did I like skip it? Yeah, I have Rayman 3D for the 3DS, which I beat. I rented it for the N64 way back in the day. No, I think I just didn't mention it for some reason. It was one of the ones that I was like flipping through and it got like traded between piles while I was talking or something. I don't know. But it's kind of a weird Rayman game. I don't actually really like it very much, honestly. Rayman Legends is pretty good, though.
Alright. Continuing down this stack, we've got Luigi's Mansion. OG Luigi's Mansion. Also known as the game that I played on Halloween one time. Because, you know, that's what you do, I guess. It says here, Luigi's won a mansion. The bad news is that it's crawling with ghosts. And Mario seems to be trapped inside. Luigi is in for a spooktacular surprise as he creeps into the pitch-dark mansion he won, armed with only a flashlight and a vacuum, custom made for sucking up ghosts. You know, sounds pretty cool. Oh, here's another one of those rare Wii U games. It's called The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD. I don't think I beat this game. The disc isn't in the box. That's a little concerning. I don't... What? Well, whatever. It's better off gone forever. I've got another game here. It's called The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess SD. That's written on the cover, by the way. Not really, but I'm going to say it is. Which is the sequel to Twilight Princess, The Legend of Zelda HD. Most people don't realize that. Don't really have anything much to say about that game. Kirby Air Ride, hello. Best video game ever. Kirby Air Ride got some pretty good music. Let's see if I can't put that down as well. I'm gonna see if I can find something from that. Super Paper Mario. This game has a really good soundtrack, actually. Again, it's one of those games where, like, most of the songs I can't just, like, listen to on repeat. Like, it's not that kind of music, but, like... And it's also not, like, atmospheric music, which is, like, another reason that, like, I wouldn't really be able to get into something like that, but, like... It's very, very, like, unique. I don't know, the music feels in some ways kind of like the art style does in the game. Where it's just like, you can tell, like everything, like, you can tell what it is, and it's like pretty readable, sensible or whatever, but like, you actually look at it, it's like, wait a second, these things are like made out of like weird overlapping rectangles, and like everything is like very strange looking. The music is kind of the same way, actually, but it's really cool. I mean, we just played through TTYD
I think TTYD is a more fun game to play, personally, but Super Paper Mario definitely has its moments.
Should heart go down? No. Heart should make you explode instantly. I've got The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. SD, by the way, is also written on the front, which is the sequel to Wind Waker HD, but I don't have that one, so don't really know what the connection is. And in the Zelda game pile, where it belongs, I have Okami, which needs to go on this list as well. I actually have another stack on my desk here that I've been neglecting because now that I'm remembering, I took this stack out. These were games that I was like, oh, maybe I'll play these in the near future, and then that never happened. Well, some of them I did. Like, I've got Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, which has also got some good music, and is also a fun game, and also has a bit of 100 Trials. I've got Gales of Darkness, Pokemon XD, which I like got halfway through not too long ago, and then what, just kind of stopped? I don't know what happened there. Oops. Oh well. Got Pikmin 2. Which is the sequel to Pikmin, and Pikmin 3, which is the sequel to Pikmin 2, kind of. This is another one of my Wii U games. Oh, that went in the wrong place. Whoops. Down arrow was supposed to go in chat. Last time I played through Pikmin 2, I got like pretty frustrated in some of the later stages, so that wasn't any fun, but I mean, it's a hard game. Pikmin 3 was I had a better time with. Dark Days on Isle Delfino, Super Mario Sunshine. The O in Mario is a shine, so that's cool. Well, actually, maybe it's just a sun, but whatever. The sun is basically just a mega shine after all. It's like the most powerful shine that there is. Along with that, I have Super Mario Galaxy for the Wii, and Super Mario Galaxy 2 for the Wii. All part of the 602 adventure. Did I get all the stars and/or shines? Still haven't played Odyssey because I still don't have a Switch. Or Odyssey. Don't know when that'll happen, but whatever. Let's see. Trauma Center Second Opinion for the Wii, which is a remake of Trauma Center for the DS. I actually played this before Trauma Center on the DS, and then I got Trauma Center on the DS because I thought this game was awesome. That game is also pretty good, although the remake is better. IMO. But
Trauma Center. This is like... This is like... I want to say, honestly, the game that, like, best utilizes, like, the Wii controls. Like, aside from Motion Plus. Or, well, this series, I should say. I mean, I obviously haven't played all Wii games, but... like, this game just feels, like, so good to play. And it's also, like, really hard, but, like, it's not, like, I don't know. It's not unfair hard. It's, like, it's, you can do it hard. And you know that you can do it. You feel that you can do it. You just gotta, like, do it. And you practice, and then you do it. And... it's fun because you're like you're doing it. I don't know, it feels good. It's like a technical game that like feels good to play. Like I guess some people don't really like the, you know, surgery, like blood, like squeamish, whatever, but a really fun game. Yeah. I also have Trauma Center New Blood, which is just kind of a sequel, but unlike Trauma Center Second, wait. Okay, so it's weird. Trauma Center for the DS came out, and then Trauma Center Second Opinion came out, which is a remake of Trauma Center for the DS, and then Trauma Center New Blood came out. I think this is the order that this happened, and this is like a different cast, right? It's like Trauma Center, but it's not related, really. Even though it is kind of technically a sequel, because I think that there's cameos. Not that it really matters. So it's like spin-off, I guess. And then Trauma Center Second Opinion. No, Trauma Center. What's it called? Trauma Center 2? Like, what is it? The other one on the DS, which is actually a proper sequel to Trauma Center on the DS. Like, pretending that none of the other stuff ever happened. And it's like, wait, what? Which is also a good game. But yeah, the chronology is like really confusing, but it's like whatever. I don't know what it's called. What's it called? What the heck is it called? This is just a stack of Pokemon. I don't want to... God dang it. Oh yeah, Trauma Center Under the Knife 2. That's what it's called. Even though it's like the 4th Trauma Center game to come out. So yeah, it's like kind of interesting. Weird thing that happened with that series. But it is technically like the proper sequel. Like by like plot, I guess. And it's also like the proper sequel by console, so it's like hard to argue against the, you know, title or whatever. It's just like interesting notes about release order and stuff. So I also have Trauma Team, which is like even spin even more spin off, I guess. This game is also really fun. This game has like, I don't know if you guys really play Trauma Center game. I don't know if many people really got into Trauma Center like series, but the thing about Trauma Team is, again, it's like not even the same cast, and like honestly I'm not sure if it's supposed to be the same universe, because I don't think there are any cameos and they don't really mention like any of the stuff that happens in the other games or whatever, but there are 6 like different characters and they all have like different like gameplay roles, and like only one of them is like the surgeon that does like the same kind of surgery stuff as like all the previous games, and all the other characters like play very differently. So like there's a character that does like bone stuff mostly, so like any kind of really no bone problems, but, you know, bone stuff. And so, like, he has, like, drills and hammers and, like, but you gotta be real careful because you don't want to, like, kill people, but it's, like, another kind of surgery. And there's also, I don't know, there's other kind of surgery, and then there's, like, first response surgery-ish stuff. It's not really surgery because it's first response. You don't really do surgery first response, but that was an interesting game mode because it was, like, the bare bones stripped down from the surgery stuff because you're still doing, like, you know, sewing up wounds and cleaning up blood and stuff. But you have, like, 5 patients at once because they keep flying at you. And you, like, stabilize one of them and, like, another patient shows up. And you gotta keep switching between them to, like, you know, keep them all alive. And it's, like, really frantic, like, fast-paced, multitasking kind of gameplay. Which I always thought was, like, really interesting and really fun. But then there's these other 2 characters that are, like, not surgery at all. There's one who's, diagnostician, and you, like, have to diagnose a patient. And there's another one who's, like, forensics. And those both played, like, you know, visual novels, pretty much. And, especially the forensics. Like, honestly, the forensics, like, got pretty close to, like, you know, something that you would expect from, you know, Ace Attorney, like, the investigation portions and stuff like that. Obviously no trials, but, like, that kind of, like, gameplay. Like, various interrogations, various, like, investigating crime scenes, investigating death scenes, and so on and so forth. And, you know, like, piece together what happened, pretty much. So those were fun. But the other thing about this game was that, like, it is interesting because each of the 6 characters had their own, like, individual plot lines. And you could play, like, any character in any order, pretty much. It's just that, like, you had to do the characters themselves sequentially. So it was, like, kind of up to you if you wanted to do, like, the first mission for each of them, and then the second mission for each of them, and then third mission. Or you could just do, like, all the missions for one of them, and then all the missions for another one, and so on and so forth. The thing that was interesting about it was, like, the plot was, like, interweaved between all of them, and it wasn't necessarily, like, each of their first missions happened simultaneously, each of their second missions happened simultaneously, etc. Like, I want to say that one of the characters has, like, 2 missions before any of the other characters, like, has any missions, like, in the chronology. So, like, if you want to play it chronologically, you're, like, kind of jumping around in, like, a very haphazard way between the characters, because it's just kind of how it happens in the universe, you know? So that's, like, pretty neat, like, storytelling, I guess, because you get to, like, kind of pick the order that you view the story through the various characters' eyes. Eventually, once you've gotten through all the characters', like, main missions, they converge, and you, like, do, like, the end game, where you just have to do, like, the last, like, 6 missions or whatever, and, like, each of them is one of the characters, and they happen in a strict order. And everything kind of comes together. And it's really great, and it's a good game, and you should play it. So there we go. There's my recommendation. When is Haruhi structured video game? Bakano structured video game.
Okay, so we have The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, which I haven't played in forever. The Legend of Zelda 25th anniversary. 25th anniversary is what it says. This has got a disc in it. I didn't even know this. Apparently I've got the Zelda 25th Anniversary Symphony Edition disc in here, which I don't think I've ever listened to. Whoops. There's also Skyward Sword. This, by the way, is The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword SD, which is the sequel to Skyward Sword HD, as we all know. Probably caught on to that by now. I've got Rayman Origins, which is the prequel to Rayman Legends, I think. I mean, it came out before it. Although Rayman Legends has, like, all of the stages from Rayman Origins, which I always kind of thought was a little awkward. Like, I guess they had Origins, and then they wanted to make Legends, and they're like, well, we're just going to add in all the stages, because that'll make it a better game, right? Because now we have double the stages. So it's like, if you never play Origins, it's great, because you got twice the stages, but if you already played Origins, it's like, I already played all these levels. Although they're kind of like on a side, like, chapter system, so you don't have to play them, I guess, but I mean, if you want 100% the game, then you kind of do. So it's weird, but whatever. Ubisoft, I guess. Donkey Kong Country Returns for the Wii, which I never finished. Because, I don't know why. I guess I just got tired of it or something. I think that my problem with this game, when I was playing through it, was early on, I was like pretty gung-ho about like getting the time trial, like best times or whatever. And like, if you want to get the best times, or like, you know, clear the lowest, you know, target goals or whatever, those are pretty dang hard. Like, really strict time limits, honestly. And like, I burnt out in this game like really fast, like in the first world, because the time trials were so hard.
So that was kind of unfortunate, but you know, I'm sure it's a good game.
The Tale of Samus TM can now be told. Metroid Other M for the Nintendo Wii. Fun game, what can I say? Haters be hating. Alright, moving on. Dokapon Kingdom for the Nintendo Wii. The friendship destroying game, literally says that on the box. Quote, the deepest, single quote, party game we've played, unquote. Gamers Radar. This game is hard. It's also really long for a party game, but, you know.
Don't have too much to say about the Fun Kingdom. It's a fun game.
I have Dance Dance Revolution Hottest Party. I think I've probably streamed this at least once. This game is awful for the single reason that you can't change note speed. Those arrows move so slow. After playing like Flash Revolution, it's impossible to read the notes in this game. I'm like watching them, they're all mashed together and like they move so slow. Oh my god, it's horrible. Let's forget about that one. Metroid Prime 3, Corruption. This one is also in one of those GameStop boxes. I'm imagining that I bought Prime 1, 2, and 3 all at the same time. Probably. Unfortunately, unlike the other two that have these nice stickers in the top corner that said how much I got them for pre-owned, this one has a sticker in the top corner that is so faded that I actually cannot read any of it. Like, it doesn't even look like it has words on it. It looks like the top, like, half of the sticker is peeled off, and the bottom, like, sticky part is all that's left. So I guess fitting for the Corruption one. Something. We raced that game once, me and Test Runner. And by once, I mean a few times. It was a pretty fun game. Okay, this one doesn't really fall in line with the other ones where it should have, but Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures. One Destiny, 4 Links. This game is really good. This game is a lot of fun. You need to go talk to Professor Oak if you want to beat the game, by the way. I'll send you on the right path. Play Four Swords again. Unfortunately, the thing about Four Swords is like I always feel like, man, it would be great if I could like play with someone else, but like honestly, like the game is still perfectly like enjoyable with like one person. So, you know. By the way, since of course I didn't, you know, I've been mentioning this for all of them. Sorry, I gotta type this real quick. Alright. This is Four Swords Adventures SD, which is, you know, the sequel to Four Swords Adventures HD. Alright, there, I made the joke. If you're happy, I'm happy. Alright, moving on. Kirby's Epic Yarn for the Wii. Apparently this is getting, so, apparently this is getting a remake or something in which you can, you know, actually die, because that was like the thing that people like really ragged on this game, that like you couldn't die in Kirby's Epic Yarn. It was so easy because you couldn't die. Because not dying makes the game easy, right? That's the sole defining feature of what makes the game easy, is the inability to die. Like, hello, have you played Wario Land 2? You can't die in Wario Land 2. Like any of the Wario Land games, really. You don't die in those games, you just lose money. It's exactly what happens in Kirby. Like, to be fair, it is an easy game, but like, it doesn't really diminish from like, too much, in my opinion. The music in this game is good too. I don't know if I've got like just Kirby listed in here somewhere. I might look for some Epic Yarn. Epic Yarn. WarioWare Inc. Mega Party Games. This is, I don't even want to call it a remake, but it's basically a repackage of WarioWare Inc. I guess. What is the name of the original WarioWare? WarioWare Inc. Something mega micro game. What is it called? What is the subtitle on the original Wario? Which also wasn't in my bag. Where is that? I'm missing it. I'm missing some games. I'm missing Super Mario World, Super Mario Advance 2, and I'm missing WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro Games. It is called Mega Micro Games. Yeah, with a dollar sign. And I'm missing. There was something else that like I just wasn't there, and I was like, I thought I owned this game. I don't know. I don't know where they could be, honestly. Well, anyway, Mega Party Games has just got all the mini games out of WarioWare Inc. on the Game Boy Advance, except like now you can play them multiplayer, and there were like a bunch of modes.
My favorite one was the turtle balancing mode. If you played it, you know what I'm talking about. It's probably the best mode. Oh, that's super arguable, but it was my favorite mode. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the screenshots and I'm like laughing. Because WarioWare is kind of hilarious game, honestly.
Where does this, like, fit in my pile of games right now? I had Smooth Moves somewhere, didn't I? Where did that go? Oh, there it is. Alright. Pokemon Coliseum, the original. Cool. Guess that goes with the bonus disc.
Mario Party 5. Which has some pretty good minigames in it, for being honest. Some of the best.
Leafy Leap. Hecking Leafy Leap. What a legendary minigame. It's so simple, but it's so great. It's an all-out bash. Mario Party.
Dude, look up Leafy Leap. It's a really simple minigame, but it's a lot of fun. You jump up a beanstalk by either jumping up or jumping to the left or to the right. That's the whole game. And if you jump the wrong way, you fall. It's like...
New Super Mario Bros. Wii for the Wii. Up to 4 players.
This was like the Mario, like the first Mario platformer, I feel like 2D platformer, where they started like really breaking a lot of like, I shouldn't even say breaking conventions, but like they just kind of like made it not feel so 2D, I guess. I don't know. Not that it felt 3D, but it didn't feel like flat. It didn't feel like grid-based. Like everything was like round and like the enemies were like various sizes and not just like, you know, the same like kind of tile sizes as everything else in the world. And like everything was very, I don't know, felt less rigid and more free-flowing. And that kind of continued, I feel like, but I haven't really played a lot of the more recent ones.
Alright. 5 more games in my hand, can you believe it? And one of them hardly counts. It's Nintendo Land for the Wii U. I'm not going to count this game in my list of Wii U games that I own. Because, despite the fact that I own it, it is still in its shrink wrap. I've never opened it. So this game is brand spanking new. Came with a console. Probably worth nothing. I know nothing about this game. It's Nintendo Land. Wario Land Shake It, which is probably the hardest Wario Land game that I've played. And I've played most of them. This game looks amazing. Like graphically. It's just such a very cool looking game.
They have a tank game? Probably. It had a lot of games.
But Wario Land Shake It had the same kind of deal, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Goes all the way back, if you remember when I was ranting earlier about Mario Bros. Deluxe. Although, these are hardly the only games that have this feature, but Wario Land Shake It had, like, additional goals for every, like, stage. So it'll be like, collect X amount of coins, or, you know, clear the stage without taking damage, or clear the stage in this amount of time, or, you know, kill the golden enemy, which you have to find, or bounce off of, like, you know, 3 enemies in a row or something, and you might have to set that up to make it happen, right? Like, stuff like that. And some of them ended up being really hard. Yeah, this is a good game, though. Fun game. Where did I put the rest of the stack? Alright, Mario Kart Wii. We kind of touched on earlier. Get behind the wheel. Mario Kart Wii is definitely the Mario Kart game that I have played the most, by a long shot. I shouldn't say by a long shot. I played Mario Kart DS a lot too. In fact, I'm pretty sure that I got whatever like challenge mission things were in Mario Kart DS. I'm pretty sure I finished all of those, which was like nuts because you had to get like max stars on all of them to even unlock all of them. So it was like kind of a pain. But Mario Kart Wii, I spent a lot of time in the time trials, which I didn't really do in DS. Because Mario Kart Wii had the bikes, and the bikes just felt way better to use than karts did in any of the games. So... yeah. You know, we did some online with Mario Kart as well. We streamed that once upon a time. That kind of died, unfortunately. Alright, got Kirby's Return to Dreamland, which is like Donkey Kong's Return to Country, I think that's what it is called, right? Donkey Kong's Country Land, what is the name of that game? Whatever, it doesn't matter. This is another game that, like, 100% of the game in about 2 days, like, including, like, normal mode and extra mode, and then and boss rush, and then I never played it since. Like, I think it was a good game, I just don't remember anything about it, because, like, it was... Honestly, I don't think it was even that short, necessarily. It was just, like, another Kirby game, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. It's kind of like... I have this problem with, I guess, platformers.
Like, I find it really hard to find, like, platformers nowadays that, like, you know, really interested me. I'm talking about just, like, standard platformers, not necessarily, like, you know, stuff that fits into more of a Metroidvania-esque kind of platforming. Like, and I don't really, like, I'm not gonna claim that, like, a lot of the newer platforms are, like, bad or worse, and, like, heck, they may even be better. It's just that they're not, like, I don't know, not new enough or not different enough or something. Not really sure. Or maybe I'm just, like, not actually a big platformer fan. Can't appreciate the nuances in design or something. I don't know, I'm just looking at this box, I'm trying to figure out, like, anything about this game and see if I remember it, and I really don't. I just don't remember a thing. It's just another platformer. And that's all I know about it. It's, like, kind of sad. Alright, well, one more game here, and then I guess I skipped some games earlier. Let me try and get these in order here. Last game is Fragile Dreams, Farewell Ruins of the Moon. And this is like, man, does anyone even know this game exists? I'm like trying to figure out how I can even describe this game. Like, I guess it's kind of supposed to be a horror game, I guess, but it's not like, I don't know, it's definitely dark, and by that I mean like literally like dark, like color wise. It's not really that like grim per se, but like basically you're this character, this dude, and you're like living in like a lighthouse somewhere in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of like a farm field or something, I guess. So when I say middle of nowhere, I like mean it. And like, I don't know, you hear a voice or a song or something, and you kind of like, also I think you get attacked by a ghost, but that's like kind of not, who cares about that. You end up like realizing or deciding or whatever that you need to like go adventure to this like tower that's in, you know, the distance. And this is like, I guess like kind of modern day-ish, so it's not like weird fantasy like some crazy weird tower thing. It's just like a tower. I don't know, like it's a random tower, I don't know. Might have even been like a cell tower or something, I'm not really sure. But whatever, you decide you need to go to this tower, and of course, like, the only way to get there really is to go through, like, sewers and the tunnels and stuff. So, you have a flashlight, and you have whatever random garbage you have flying around. So, you find, like, golf clubs and, like, brooms and, like, bats and stuff. And the ghosts attack you, and random dogs attack you and stuff. But I don't know, it's supposedly like kind of post-apocalyptic, kind of, but not really. The plot is a little weird. I don't really know how much I can say without like spoiling it, I guess, but there's no one else really around, so you find out pretty quickly while you're going through the game. And so you're just like kind of exploring on your way towards this tower. And you kind of find out what's happened to the world, I guess. But, so the main gameplay is like kind of not, I don't know, not that great, honestly. Combat was pretty weak, but one of the things in this game was there's just like items lying around, and like aside from like the golf clubs and the bats and the umbrellas or whatever you use to attack people with, you actually found like real weapons like swords and stuff too. But early game you found like trash. But you would find these other items that basically like contained the memories of like various people, and so they had like these stories, and like you would just like pick up the item and it literally would just, it would be like text on the screen, like the full screen would just be like a thing, and someone would read the story to you. And there was a series of them. I think there were 7 or 8 that went together in a sequence, and between like all of those, it's like one of the best stories I have ever heard in my life. And I'm not gonna really say why, because I feel like it would ruin it if you haven't heard it before. But that is easily my favorite part of this game, is like that story sequence. And like, I don't know, I think that the atmosphere was actually like pretty well done. It's just like the game itself didn't feel very well put together. I don't know. A very strange game. But if you, I don't know, it's one of those games where like if you were just like in the mood for like kind of like, it's like a calm, quiet kind of horror, you know what I mean? Like it's not like there to scare you because of like, like horror normally like, gore and like jump scares and like that kind of garbage. Like it's not even really unsettling. It's just, I don't know, it's just atmospheric, I guess, but it's like a dark kind of atmosphere. And that was, I don't know, that's my takeaway from that game. Yeah. This doesn't really fit in with anything else, so I guess I'll put it on that pile. Where's the Kirby pile? I guess Kirby goes here. Where goes he? Okay. I'm gonna put these back in the box, along with the GameCube controllers, assuming that they all fit. I mean, they were in here originally, so you kind of would imagine that they can get back in somehow. If it weren't for these stupid plastic things in the corner. Urgh. Noises. What game am I talking about? Just now I was talking about a game called Fragile Dreams. It's for the Wii. Fragile Dreams, Farewell, Ruins of the Moon. Actually, I'm gonna put that on the list, because this game had a very, very nice soundtrack. Let's see if I can't find anything on this. It was mostly like, solo piano was like most of the soundtrack. But there was also like vocalists, so there's some singing. I think their opening theme was like pretty good. Wait, hold on. Oh no, you know what? I don't own that game. I was just thinking about Time Hollow. I was like, where did Time Hollow go? I don't own that game. I played it, but I don't have it anymore. Alright, these go in here. Oh man, I had these like all sorted so nicely, and they like don't... The stacks are the wrong sizes. They don't like fit in the same way that I had them, so that's kind of sucks. Ah! Excuse me. By the way, if any of these games, you know, sounded like, oh man, you should stream that, maybe I'll watch it or something, you know, hit me up, because like I own it, so I could probably stream it if I'm in the mood. I hope that I sounded as enthusiastic as I was about that. Hey! Shiny! 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 Not the Pokemon, the song. I have streamed it before, actually. I think it would be a good stream, but it would also be a... I don't know, I probably wouldn't talk much, honestly. If anything, I would straight up mute myself, because it's like kind of like, I don't know. You just let it happen. I'm trying to cram these games back into the box, and they're like not fitting. Oh, Lost in Blue? I could try. I could see if I could make that happen. That game is like hecking impossible, as I mentioned, so like don't expect me to beat it, but sure, that's an idea. Are we dead? Wait, did we go to the Pokemon Center? Did we Poke Center? Or are we getting sent back to Mom if we die? What is the state of affairs right now? We did not Pokemon Center. Alright, let's get the heck out of here. D-A, that one. Alright, well, while I'm packing this up, the last 7 games or so, as was already discovered or figured out or guessed or whatever, Etrian Odyssey series, of course. And actually there was another one which is on my desk, which I also skipped over mentioning. Etrian Odyssey 5 is on my desk. I hecking love Etrian Odyssey. It's like really all I have to say. I don't know. Good music, good gameplay, good RPG. Good Etrian Odyssey. So we're gonna put that one down. Etrian Odyssey. How do you spell it? You would think after all these years. I was laughing because I don't know who it was, but someone put out a tweet not too long ago. And I don't know what their stance on the game is, but they said the one good thing to come out of Super Mario Odyssey is that it taught journalists how to spell the word Odyssey. And I was I was laughing because I'm like, yeah, that's kind of, yeah. It's so true. my god, I've been live for 8 hours. What? And I streamed for 2 hours this morning, too. Time to check on the Discords. Nothing too crazy in the Discords. Oh, well, there is one more source of knowledge here that I might look into as well. Although I'm not sure how much I'll get. Ugh, hiccup. I stopped coding a long time ago. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, whatever I just tried to do anything, so that was not cool. Alright, here we go. No, please, open the window. Alright, here we go. I have Steam. Not all these games are even installed, as is, I guess, typical of many people's Steam libraries, but... Just quick go down the list here of anything that I might even possibly consider. Well, top of the list, of course, we've got 100% orange juice. Maybe. Blossom Tales, I remember none of the music, so it probably wasn't great. Braid had some okay music. Crayon Physics Deluxe has me laughing for 14 minutes straight at the Sun and Moon day cycle. It's part of the soundtrack. You can download it on YouTube. Twitch.youtube TV. Oh, Necro Dancer. Oh, hey. Yeah, sure, why not? Get a good track from Necro Dancer. Track or two. Cypher, just straight up classical music. Dreaming Sarah, I do not remember the music from that game either, but I think that was also, that was a weird game. It was like a good weird game. It's a good kind of weird. It's a dream kind of weird. I think it did actually have some good music, but I'm not really... Memory is pretty poor of that game because, you know, it was like a 2-hour game or something and I only played it once. It happens. Aries Action. That game's hilarious, but probably not. Evil Land and Evil Land 2. Why don't I remember the music from, like, any Steam games? I'm sitting here like, what? Oh, you know what? This isn't even going to be on my Steam, but there's always Cave Story. Cave Story. I'm not even going to fix that typo. Fez. Fez has some pretty, I don't know. People really like the music from Fez. There is one track actually I remember from Fez that was like, let's see if I can. Fidel Dungeon Rescue. I don't really remember music from that game either. Oh, okay. Wait, Final Dusk? What is that? Oh, this game! I never streamed this game. I never finished this game either. How do I even describe this game? It was way better than I expected it to be. I just didn't really finish it. It's like kind of a puzzle game, but it's also like kind of sort of platformer, kind of. All right, so here's the premise of Final Dusk. Well, actually, I don't remember the premise at all, but here's the mechanics of Final Dusk. Basically, you're this, cute anime vampire girl. Well, there's the premise. That's all you need to know about the premise. But so, cute anime vampire girl, and you're trying to get from point A to point B in like these rooms. So side-scrolling platformer, I guess. But the way that it worked was you don't really have control over her very much. She just like runs until she hits a wall, and then she turns around. And then, it kind of works that way. But you are able to control it to some extent. So there's like things like elevators, and like there are some powers that you could use, like you can turn into a bat. If you turn into a bat, like you'll fly over holes instead of like dropping down the holes, for example. So that was like kind of how it like played. But the main thing that like was actually like the puzzly aspect was that before you start moving at all, you like move things around to like make the paths good for you. And you had to kind of figure out like what path you were going to take and where you needed to go and what you needed to get in order to get from point A to point B. And so there were things like bookshelves that you would move in front of like the windows so that it would cover the light so you wouldn't, die because you went in front of the like daytime window or whatever. Something. Now, there's this whole weird thing with like the various things that you dragged around that they like obeyed gravity, so you could pull them down holes, but you couldn't necessarily like pull them up. But you could use the elevators on the stuff so that you could. So there's this like whole thing where you're trying to like shift items around and like get them to the spots that you wanted. It reminded me like very, very, very a little bit of Jelly No Puzzle. If you played it, it was like way easier in general, but whatever. So that was that game. I don't know why I just spent all this time talking about the game I didn't even finish, but whatever. Cute anime vampire girl. Who's cheap. Full Bore, I played recently. Music in that game I think was good, but maybe not for me, I guess. I don't know. It's like good music, but like not my kind of music. Good snowman is hard to build. I don't think I really had music. A puzzle game. Helen's Mysterious Castle. I don't remember music in this game either, but I imagine it was actually probably decent-ish. This was that RPG that had, like, really good, like, turn-based system where, like, how did it work exactly? Basically, like, every action, like, took a set amount of time, but, like, it wasn't... Actually, no, I can't remember. I think if you use the action, like, it happened, like, in X amount of seconds from now. And so, like, basically, since every action took, like, a different amount of time, when you, like, queue up an action or whatever, like, your opponent knows that in, 10 seconds from now, they're gonna use, like, Sword Slash on me. So what I can do, since I'm smart, is queue up, shield in 6 seconds from now, because shield is like a fast thing, and then it's gonna like, block it or whatever. And so there are like a lot of like interesting like plays that you could make based on like knowledge of what your opponent was gonna do in like X amount of time, because like I don't know, I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. But I remember the AI in that game was like pretty good, and that's like what made that game interesting, was that there was actually strategy to like the turn-based combat, like more so than a lot of, you know, similar games in the vein of like that style. I don't know. So that was fun. But yeah, I don't remember the music, so that's kind of too bad. Hex cells, hex cells, hex cells. That was all just ambient beeps and boops, probably. Inside, I don't think it really had very much music either. More a puzzle game. Oh, La Mulana has some good music, I guess. Probably. No, Lie Eat. I don't really remember the music from that game either. I never did play the spiritual successor to that game. Like, I played through, like, the 3 chapters or whatever, and that was like that. But the same creators made another game, or maybe even 2 other games that I think I have, like, downloaded, but never played. That I think are kind of similar, like, atmosphere, and, like, probably similar, like, storytelling. Not sure. Probably good games. Limbo is kind of the same as Inside, as far as that goes. Long live the Queen! It may have been good. Long live the Queen. I probably still have my notes for this game somewhere, and boy, were they ridiculously, insanely detailed notes, because boy... Long live the Queen. I mean, I did technically beat the game. I got, like, a good ending, like, a very satisfying ending. And one that was, like, not easy to achieve. So I was pretty satisfied with that, but, like, there's still way more that, like, I didn't, you know, experience or whatever. If you didn't see Long Live the Queen, I'll do myself, the game, and everyone a disservice and describe this the way that has been described by many. It is basically clears throat. It is basically the Dark Souls of visual novels. Excuse me. It's really hard. But the thing that's, like, kind of interesting about it is that, like, there's, like, actual, I guess, like, planning and theory behind, like, getting towards certain, to some extent, to getting to, like, certain outcomes. Like, it's not just, like, brute force the entire game, which you can do, and you might have to, because, like, there's a ton of options as far as the, just, like, the dialogue branching goes even, but, like, as far as, like, the whole, like, leveling your, like, various stats and, like, what, like, your mood was and all of that, like, decision-making or whatever, like, there was a lot of, like, planning and, like, you had to, like, kind of, you had to first, like, kind of feel out what the requirements were for various things, and then once you knew, like, what the requirements for the things that you were trying to do were, then you had to, like, make a plan to actually, like, you know, make that happen. And, like, oftentimes it was, like, pretty complicated to, like, get your way, just to, like, get the stats to work out in just the right way. So... But I did beat the game, I killed the... No, I didn't kill anyone. I peacefully resolved the attack on the nation by the evil dude from the other nation, and I did it by singing a song. But I think that probably the king died. I think the king died. So there was kind of that. The king sacrificed himself or something. But there was like one side like plot that was like kind of somewhere in the middle of the game where your cousin like came to visit you. Well, she may not, depending on, you know, how things played out earlier in the game. But your cousin comes to visit the castle, or I guess kind of runs away from home. And she's there to explore the dark forest in like your backyard. And there's like some foreshadowing, again, kind of depending on how things play out. You may not have gotten the dialogue, but you know, if you've played through like the start of the games a couple times, you've definitely heard about like the rumors of this dark forest and like the beasts that come out of it, and you know, all these various like evil stuff that comes from here. And your cousin, your hecking cousin, runs away from home because she's bored and wants to explore the dark forest. And basically, you're supposed to talk her out of it, or well, you can, or you don't even, you know, need to visit her. Like, basically, the way that things can play out is either you like hear that she ran away from home and you like ignore it, and then you never hear from her again, and that's the end of that, right? Like, she goes in the dark forest and dies, but you don't even know that she goes into the dark forest and dies. You just never hear from her again. But like, it's pretty implied that that's what happens if you know that that's what's happening. Or you can go look for her and you like find her and she's like, yo, I'm going to like, you know, the dark forest, like, you want to come with me? And you can either try to convince her not to do it, and I think you can convince her and like save her life, and then like just neither of you go into the dark forest, and it's like great. Or you could be like, you know, fail to convince her, and then she goes in and dies, and you just go home and are like sad. And never hear from her again. Or you can go in with her, and that's the thing that I like was never able to like get through. I wanted to get through the dark forest. It was one of the like side plots that I was like really kind of intrigued by, but like I didn't really know what the requirements were, and I couldn't really figure out how to get the stats to even like survive like the early parts of the forest. So I die multiple times there and just kind of gave up on it. But so there's that. Anyway, Minute. Did that have good music? I don't remember. I don't remember, honestly. Got Momodora. Offspring Fling. Which, by the way, this is totally random, but in Full Bore, that was the one where you were the boar and you were pushing blocks around. There was a single puzzle that was like a really hard one in some like random area where you had to like push these 3 blocks into a pit, and you had to do it in a certain order, or at least one of them needed to be on the bottom. And you did that and you got a flower, and that was the reward. It was just like a flower, and it didn't do anything at all. And there were these like little figures on the blocks, and I didn't realize this until like the next day when I was thinking about it, that the characters on the blocks were the characters from Offspring Fling. And the reason I realized that is because like there were various other like shout-outs to other like, you know, indie puzzle games in Full Bore as well. Like there was like a Fez thing where you had to the QR code from Fez. It was like pretty great. And you got like a little of the Fez hat, and it was like, oh, this is clearly like a reference to Fez. But Yeah, so the characters on the blocks were like the Offspring Fling characters, and the one that you had to put on the bottom was the mother, and the ones that you put on the top were like the little babies. And the flower is like the reward for like doing good in Offspring Fling. That's what you get, is you get flowers. So like, it all came together. Anyway, Offspring Fling. Offspring Fling is great, by the way. It's a puzzle game, but it's also like this like insanely technical like speedrunning challenge game, if you want it to be. Basically, like, you play through the game and it's like, it's this puzzle game and you gotta get all your babies to like the exit. And like, basically the mechanic is that, you know, you throw a baby and it like goes straight until it hits a wall, pretty much. And you had to keep the babies out of danger at all times. Like, if they touched, like, you know, enemies, they would die. If they touched, like, acid, they would die. And, like, the more babies you were carrying, the lower you could jump. So, like, there was this whole thing where, like, you needed to, you know, throw babies to places so that you could jump high enough to get them there yourself. And, like, all this. There are various, like, switch mechanics and platforming and so on and so forth. But it's just a puzzle game. Like, you figured out the path through the game to, like, you know, get your guys to the end, and, you know, there was like definitely timing based elements because there were like moving enemies and stuff like that. But I did stream it, yeah. I don't know if I have it saved, but I did stream it. But anyway, you beat the game and there's like still quite a few stages that are like not unlocked. If you like fight the final boss, and all the stages have time trials on them, and if you get like the fastest time on the time trials, you get like golden flowers instead of like the base flower, boring flowers. And the time trial goals for like freaking impossible. They're ridiculously hard. And by ridiculously hard, I mean straight up impossible if you don't like know about various mechanics. And the thing that was interesting about like these various mechanics is they almost feel like the kind of things that are like unintended like sequence break like mechanics. And like in fact they straight up break most of the puzzles. Like you learn that you can do these things and you're like, what the heck? If I jump and then pick up a baby in midair and then throw it at the peak of my jump, I got both a full jump and a full height throw, which breaks like all of the puzzles because now I'm jumping higher with babies in my hands. And it's like, you know, like a small frame window to do this like basically thing that feels like a glitch that is required to do the time trials. And so all of the puzzles have like these second face to them where it's the same exact room, but all of a sudden, like, there's this new mechanic that... Or there's a few mechanics, actually, that you don't need at all to solve the game. But, like, they're totally required and make, like, these time trials, like, way more interesting and way more technical and way more hard. And so... yeah, hard game, honestly. I never did finish the whole thing, but... I just kind of stopped at some point. I did get some pretty good... I got some pretty good runs in that I was really happy with, like, finally getting the rooms done. Really hard game. That's Offspring Fling. One Way Heroics, do you guys remember this game? Because I don't really. I think I streamed this once. This is a roguelike, I guess. The gimmick on this game was that you could only go right. Or, could you only go right? I think you could go left, technically, but the thing was, like, every turn or so, so it's top down, and you're, like, exploring this, like, world or whatever, and, like, you encounter, like, towns and deserts and, like, forests or whatever, but the world is ending, like, behind you. Like, literally the world is, like, falling into an abyss, and, like, this black wall of death is chasing you down. And so, you know, you touch the wall, you die. And so, like, you need to keep moving to the right, or else this wall catches up to you. And, like, it's always, like, awkward, because as you're fighting stuff, like, the wall is catching up to you. And so, like, you're basically fighting against the clock, kind of, but, like, you can also get away from it. I don't know. It was a pretty interesting, interesting concept. And there are a whole bunch of different classes that you could choose from and stuff. But yeah, I only, like, took a few runs through it. I never got, like, the best endings or whatever. I'm not even sure I killed the Dark Lord at any point. Like, I want to say that there were, like, a bunch of multiple endings. Like, you kill the Demon Lord or whatever, and that's, like, cool, GG. But it doesn't, like, stop the world from ending. And you're just like, well, this sucks. But I think it's actually possible to, like, recruit the Demon Lord or something like that. I don't know. I also want to say that it's possible to actually kill the Wall of Death if you're powerful enough. Like, super, really ridiculously powerful. Like, that's, like, the true ending. You, like, kill the wall that's chasing you. It's like, how does that even make sense? I don't know. I'd have to do it, I guess. But so I guess, like, it's got, like, a pretty deep, like, I don't know, not so, like, clear-cut what the actual goal is, even. So that's always, like, interesting. I still remember one of the runs I was doing where I met up with this girl randomly who's like, oh, my dad is, like, I don't know, I got lost and my dad is in, like, X town, like, can you bring me with you? I was like, oh yeah, sure. And, like, the first thing that I did after, like, picking this girl up was I went, like, the next town over, which was, like, not too far away. There's, like, a tavern, and they're like, yo, we have, like, only this, like, really powerful beer. And I'm like, I am actually dying. I need something to eat or I will starve to death. I guess I'm buying this. And the little girl is just standing there like, what are you doing? And I get, like, super drunk, and I'm like, man, this game is hilarious. And that was my story from that game. I don't remember music at all. Alright, moving on. Out there somewhere, this was that, like, Portal knockoff, I think? I don't remember. Parcel, never finished. Please don't touch anything. What a game. Polarity? What was this? Was the another Portal knockoff without portals. Portal. This was Portal. Portal 2, another Portal knockoff. Didn't even realize these were, like, right here. Princess Remedy. You guys remember this game? This is the game where you could pick any character in the entire game after you beat it to, like, go on a date with. And every single one of them had a different DDR song that you played with them at the party. Craziest ending of all time. Never forget Apathetic Frog or whatever it was. Anyway, there's all the spoilers you need for that one. Princess Remedy sequel. This one was nuts. Also had a 3D mode, which was even crazier. QP Shooting Dangerous. Whoa. Can you believe that there's actually a QP game? This game is hard. I don't really play bullet hell, so, like, this is pretty a bullet hell. This is a very difficult game for me. You guys don't remember Princess Remedy, or you have no idea what QP is. One of the two. This game called Rabby Ribby Beta. Our computer is dying. Please hold. Alright. Bounce, bounce. Rosette R, I never finished this game. I played it like one sitting and then never came back to it. I don't know, it wasn't bad. I guess maybe I didn't get far enough to like really get into the game. Not sure. Oh my god, we made it. Yeah, yeah. Rosette R, an item shop's tale. That's the one. Recursed was an awesome puzzle game. Although I don't remember music at all. I don't even know if it had music. It probably did, but... Red's Kingdom. Red's Kingdom is like that game that everyone says they'll like make when they want to make a basic, simple puzzle game, and then like no one ever does. But like the mechanics of Red's Kingdom was like ice physics maze. That was the entire game. You know, with various like additional mechanics. But you know, you move in a direction and like you roll until you hit a wall or like a stopping tile. And that's how you like traverse the entire game. And honestly, it was a blast. It was really good. It wasn't like that hard, but it had some like, you know, good enough gimmicks to keep it interesting. Question, enter random direction. I mean, yeah, it would be possible. That's for sure. Shadowgate. PC. How about Shadowgate NES? Actually, I didn't go through any of my NES games either, because I don't have them around. Shadow, or SNES for that matter. Alright, let's like think. I'm gonna have to think. I'm gonna have to use my thinking brain. Star Tropics has got some good music, right? I don't know why it was the very first one that came to mind, but... Alright, that's all of them. Alright. Skyborn, this was another RPG Maker game. It's pretty good. Looks like I put almost 15 hours into it to finish the game, so... I don't remember music at all, so there's that. Snakebird. Hard puzzle game. Sokobond. Hard puzzle game. Space Chem. Hard puzzle game. Steven's Sausage Roll. Hard puzzle game. Why are these all right next to each other? Like, these aren't sorted by genre. They're sorted by alphabet. Like, I guess if you want to make a puzzle game, have it start with the letter S. Like, God. Rename it to Shades and Lumens, like, jeez. Anyway, Stories of Betham, Full Moon. This was that game that like played a lot like, you know, a Zelda game, and wasn't that other one that played a lot like a Zelda game that got a Switch release, Blossom Tales. Honestly, I had more fun with this game than Blossom Tales, despite it being like noticeably like less polish and like worse graphics. Like, I don't know, I thought it was a funner game, honestly. So it goes to show, I guess, you know. Screen shake isn't everything. I don't know. I'm not gonna rag on screen shake. It has its uses. I know. Honestly, don't even remember if Blossom Tales had screen shake, or if this game didn't. But like, you know, polish, I guess. Polish in like in tilde quotes. I guess there's also that one game called Chrono Trigger. What do I need to do next? I need to go through all ZC games and like pick music from Zelda classic games. I'll probably find more music doing that than anything else. Like, look, I already found one. It's Castlevania, because that's like half of ZC music. Done. I don't think I spelled it right, and I don't care. Okay, next. Suguri. This game is impossible. Hecking impossible. I played this game for half an hour and literally couldn't even figure out how to play it. Like, I had no idea what I was doing. And then I died. So that was Suguri. Suguri is dead, by the way. It's canon. Oh, this game was interesting. Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery. I had to say it that way because sorcery is spelled with a W. This game had interesting music, I think. Very strange game. It was like kind of a point-and-click adventure, but kind of like a... I don't know, I'm pretty sure it was actually originally a phone game. Wait, which one? Sword and Sorcery? You couldn't beat it? Oh, yeah, I can understand that. There were some pretty cryptic things, yeah. And not even necessarily cryptic as in like, oh, you could have figured out the hint. It was cryptic like, you just needed to go to a certain place at a certain time. So maybe not even cryptic, just arbitrary. And then like click on a certain spot and then like rub a tree a certain way. Like, yeah, that was kind of a lot of that game. Yeah. To the Moon. I haven't played this. Why? Okay, well, it's installed apparently. Trials of Azra, another puzzle game. This is the one where like you would kill enemies and then possess them, and then like go and use them to kill other enemies, or use their powers to do various things like, you know, climb on ceilings as a slime, or push heavy things as something powerful, or phase through grates as like a ghost, or I don't remember what else. I don't know. Put out fires as a water thing or whatever. It was pretty interesting core mechanic, honestly. I felt like maybe the level design could use some work, but whatever. The Witness. All of the songs on the game soundtrack are pretty good. All 2 of them. Xmas Shooting Scramble. This is the game in which Aru starred. Aru from Aru Scramble, hence the title Xmas Shooting Scramble. Wait, whatever, you know what I mean. This is basically QP shooting, except now you're Aru. And also the game lags about 60% worse. See, this game is way harder than QP shooting, if I had to give my best judgment. However, for me, it was way easier than QP shooting because the game ran at literally 2 FPS for a vast majority of the later stages. Like, it took me a while to get through the stages, but it was pretty easy. Kind of ruined the game for me, honestly. Unlike QP shooting, which I actually put like... I put a decent amount of hours. I think I have like maybe 15 to 20 hours in QP shooting. Because I was trying to get some of like the... like score goals for some of the earlier stages. And that required a bit of practice. I don't remember the music from this game at all either. I don't think any of it is like from OJ. Well, that's pretty much my installed Steam library. So unfortunately, I didn't get too much from that, but a few picks, I suppose.
Alright, well, it's bedtime for me, like, I don't know, maybe an hour ago. I'm probably good time.
Unfortunately, whatever highlight of me just rambling through all of my games is probably going to be marred by a few mutes, but hopefully it's not too bad. Let's get to the Pokemon Center so we can like hecking heal our dude or something. I mean, I'm gonna do it. If no one stops me. Alright, GG. The deed is done. Assuming that opening the emulator twice didn't actually delete all my files, which it may have, who knows. But, you know, this 6 hours could easily be, like, redone in 6 minutes, so... it's kind of whatever. What is our... No, I did that wrong. This is the more interesting...
Oh crap.
Well, perfect, right? 100%, that's all of them. Except it's not, but you know.
Well, at least the last like 30 songs or so are gonna be really hard to get now. I don't know. What are you guys' like opinion about song shuffle? Like, do you think that it should be the way that it is currently? Where like currently it plays through the entire list shuffled, you know, until it finishes and then it resets. The alternative is it just picks a random song every time, right? And then there's also some middle ground where there's some buffers, say, of like 50 songs or so, and it can't play any songs from the past like 50, but like, you know, it doesn't mean that it goes through the full list, like, shuffled. Which honestly I think might be like kind of the middle ground I prefer, but I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts. Oh yeah, is this case sensitive? I can fix that.
Can you believe we're actually going to finish this off by writing some code? Alright, fixed it. You're welcome. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, score is going to be case sensitive. Actually, all the commands are. I suppose they don't need to be either. I can fix that pretty easily as well. Alright, done, fixed. Alright, done, it's live. See, this right, like, this exact thing, that, like, being able to make that change and then, like, just reload specifically this file without dropping all of the connections to, like, all the various things, that is, like, the power of this, like, kind of framework. And that's why I did it. Don't know what that did. It didn't do anything. Didn't throw an error, I can tell you that much.
Alright, well.
I guess I'll kind of like wait for this song to finish up and probably cut stream, go to sleep.
Yeah, the problem is that the user is being used as a key into a set, so it doesn't know. It needs to be, you know, canonical. Capitalization or whatever. Which apparently isn't coming through the user. Like, the user doesn't have that information. Like, through IRC, so... Or if it does, it's not... not being parsed out, I guess, yet? Or maybe it is, and I don't know where it is, but whatever. Alright. Thanks for watching, guys. Roar.